Look at my plane. My plane's green, my plane's purple. It's purple.
Wow.
Bill doesn't look too happy. Oh no, Bill has been compressed. The G's were too much. The G's have compressed Bill into a green and red line. Purple plane. Purple plane. It's also reversing. That is because the Earth, Kerbin is curved because it's a round planet, and if you're on a flat runway, it's actually sloped very minimally because planet round. Yeah. Rotating under the plane. No, so like if you have a flat runway, it's going to have a very slight, even if the runway is flat, it's going to have a slight incline because the planet's round. It's sloped because the runway doesn't lay flat. I'm using the word flat super loosely, like to the human eye, this is a flat runway, but planet sloped. So this is plane. I actually wanted to make some changes to plane. To see if we can make it fly a little bit better. This is flat Earth theory, and currently the plane is tilted to the wrong side. I have superhuman eyes. Duh, haven't you seen all these things that I've made? Haven't I proven to you that I'm a pro? Recover is in the menu in the upper left, but why recover when we can fly again? Also, thank you all very much for the follows. Because I want to show you all like what this plane can do and what it doesn't do, because I think that might be the more important part, what it doesn't do. So, I mean, we got plenty of fuel, and then we can practice flying and landing again. Just gotta remember how to go up because my controls are backwards. So we spent a lot of time yesterday experimenting with this plane, trying to get it to fly, and we were just having so much trouble with it, and we checked the controls a bunch of times, rebound the controls, and tweaked a bunch of settings. Turns out that the controls for the plane are actually bugged. The controls are right, the plane's interpretation of my control is backwards. Yeah, so that's exactly it. It's like it's bugged or something. The controls are correct, but they're backwards. So, like, in the settings, I assume I can just hands off the plane for a minute. In the settings, like, we have pitch forward and backwards, and we've set them to what they should be, but it is the opposite. Whoops, when you fly. So, how do I close this? Oh yeah, resume. It's the opposite. So instead of pitch up being W and pitch down being S, pitch up is... no, wait. Pitch up is W, pitch down is S, and it's supposed to be the opposite way. But everything else is correct. Like, A goes this way, D goes this way, Q and E do the thing they're supposed to. It's just S and W. So that's why we had so much trouble yesterday. Because we just... the controls were being real mean. That's pretty much it. Does this plane dream of going to space? I don't know if we could get this plane to space. Yeah, we kept pushing the plane into the ground. And chat kept yelling at me like, stop pitching down. And I let my inner salty rage came out a little bit, and I was just like, chat, I'm pressing the button you're telling me to. And then we realized after some testing that the controls are backwards. No, the controls are correct. The plane's interpretation of the controls is backwards. So like W, for instance, is set to pitch down, but it actually pitches up. And S is set to pitch up, but it actually pitches down. You think I can handle a loop? What is a loop? I mean, I know what a loop is. You mean like actually going up and doing a loop-de-loop? I don't think the wings are on upside down, because if we flip it like this, there's no embellishment on it. The embellishment's here. Like, I think this is definitely the top. A loop-de-loop, like fly up and then go zoop, and then, you know, like that, like a roller coaster. Well, okay, one problem that we've had is that apparently these ailerons are way too big or something for this plane, so it really sucks at turning. So I wanted to adjust some of the variables in the plane to see if we can make it a bit more agile. Like I do with all my rockets. Did you see the clip of the stunt rocket yesterday? I don't know. Hi there, Farron. I don't know what it means to be adding, like, elevators. People kept saying that yesterday, like, elevators. You were there. Hi, Rizzy. It was a miracle. Yeah, I know. I'm not even sure how I would do this. Like, I'm holding up. I guess I would... Let me think about it. To get the plane to go up, we probably would want to... not steer towards the ground. Oh, advanced controls. Nope, I guess I didn't change those. Fly all the things! Yeah, Hoonska, we're flying! Hi there, Surge! Streamers? Am I correct in assuming that this is the Surge? Thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome! Enjoy the emotes. They're super cute. And I appreciate the support. Welcome in. Smaller wings a bit further forward should fix it. So I'm trying to do a loop-de-loop. It's not happening. Thank you very, very, very much for that. I appreciate the support. Okay, chat. I have a question. I've hit a height of 5,300, and from here the plane just starts going down. Like, I'm only able to maintain an altitude of 5,000. What is the reason for this? Oh yeah, low oxygen for the engine. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. We need to be above the brown to climb. Meow. Saw you was playing KSP2, figured you would lurk while working well. Enjoy the work lurk. Thank you again for the support. Yeah, we're playing KSP2 again. I had a lot of fun with it yesterday. As long as we go into this knowing that it's a buggy mess. It's a buggy mess. It is what it is. Hi there, Sigillian. Thank you very, very much for the raid. How's it going? Hello, hello. What were you up to today? Hey there, Hermit Mech. I really do appreciate the raid. I hope that you had a fantastic stream. And welcome in. I'm Jess. We're playing Kerbal Space Program 2, which is a follow-up to Kerbal Space Program 1, which I played for the first time last week. Kerbal Space Program has been a game that I've wanted to play for years, but it scared me. So then, chat made it happen. So we're playing Kerbal Space Program 2 now that we played 1, and this would be day 2 of our Kerbal adventures in this new game. We made a plane yesterday and it flies. I'm actually trying to get back to the runway and it's not really happening. Hi there, Sigelian, Snarfster. What's up? How was the stream? Not enough lift. Rizzy, if I said hi, hello, Rizzy. It's a bug? I can. You think it's a bug? Wings in the front, flappy bits go up. Front of plane pushed down, wings in back, flappy bits go up, plane goes down. Wings in the middle of the plane, confused. Okay, so I feel like my wings are not in the middle of the plane, but I don't know. What do I know? I built my first plane yesterday. I learned more about planes than I've learned my entire life building a plane yesterday. We play KSP 3 next week then. Yeah, sure. Just get it to me. I'll make it happen. Middle of plane equals center of mass. So you don't want the wings on the center of mass? Okay, I'm not sure that I can do a loop in this jetpack. My plane is cool. Thanks. It's the first plane I've ever made. Not true. We had a couple iterations of this plane that we tested. But, yeah. This is the first one that flew. However, I think some of the iterations of the previous planes might have actually flown, and we can load those up and test them to see if they will fly. Now that we know that the pitch is backwards. So, yesterday we had quite the fiasco trying to fly my planes because the plane wouldn't go up, and we confirmed the settings numerous times. Turns out, pitch is backwards. So, like, the settings are correct, but for some reason, like, the game's interpretation of the settings is backwards. Only for pitching up and down, though. Right, I'm going for it, chat. I'm going for a landing. Let's see if we can do it. Everything's backwards. Alright, 500 meters. We deploy the feet, the wheels, landing gears. Okay, how about 400 feet? Ooh, this is looking good. I think we got this. I think this is better than yesterday's landing. We're kind of crooked though. Ooh, bouncy. Hello. Okay, we're in the grass again. Bounce, bounce. You said you just wanted some G's to make your tummy feel wiggly, huh, Bill? Whoops! Woo! Okay, not my fault the controls are inverted. The controls are inverted. I tried to pitch forward and I pitched back. Despite knowing that they're inverted, it's still really hard to just break what feels intuitive, you know, like that intuitive muscle control. Dihedral wings higher than the roots. What would you consider the root of this plane to be? Just like the center line? I mean, we did land. The plane... We're still good. You're gonna call this a landing. It's okay, so, I mean, I spoke too soon. This is not as good of a landing as we did in yesterday, but a landing nonetheless. The wing root is the part hooked to the body. Hey, I'm still here. I'm definitely moving. I think we have to like turn the sensor up or something. Like, have I told you that Silentre is automating our entire home? And so we have sensors now to turn the lights off, and it turns them off while I'm streaming. Can we walk away from this? I don't know. How do we eject the pilot? Like, if I wanted to eject the pilot, how do I do it? EVA. I did remember to pull the landing gear back. On the Kerbal picture? Okay, well, it's not letting me get out. Oh. Yeah, no, I can't get out. I don't think we're gonna be able to flip the plane either. I'm pretty sure that we're just on the ground like this. And Bill is stuck forever. However, I mean, it's pretty easy to flip over. If you just detach this piece right here, like, it's got like its whole like lever thingy going on, you know? Too much pressure inside the capsule, thus his squished appearance. I thought that all those G-force bounces, you know, would have spread him back out. It's just like being in a car and going over some hills. The last company you worked for tried to put motion sensors at desks to control the lights, except they didn't label which outlet was motion controlled. Oh no! Oh no, the computer! I would be so infuriated if my computer shut off. Okay, dihedral. Let me go back up and see what you mean. Again. Disabling pitch control on the main wings and letting the tail wing control pitch. We did that. So the main wings only do roll. These back flaps only do pitch, and then this piece that might be here? No, it's gone. We lost the whole back, the tail. The engine. We lost the engine. That one controlled yaw. The tip higher than the root makes loops harder. So if I put the tips lower than the root, how... Oops. How does that work? He lives there now. Yeah, we gotta forward the mail. Detach the one wing. I said recover. Very good! Jeb is proud of you. Yes. No, I just want to go back here. Anhedral wings make it more flippy. Oops. This works. I actually want to load... Right, so I wasn't really sure what I was doing when I made all these saves, so I've actually got like a different workspace for every plane that I built. So I'd be curious to see if we can get this one to fly. This was the very first plane iteration, and this was the one that we had initially put channel points on. Like, could I fly this plane first try? I think we might be able to do it now that we know things are backwards. Dihedral wings are mounted lower on the body and tilted such that the wing tips are slightly higher. And that makes for a stable plane. Okay. Yeah, let's go for it. We need a tail. The question is, can we go up? This plane's gonna start rocking and rolling. Okay, I gotta tilt the wings sooner than that. Whoa! Plane still exists. Does not exist anymore. Hi there, Arpato. Single wing planes appear to be a little more easier to get going as they've made aerodynamics more advanced. A single wing plane. How do you have a single wing plane? And Gregor, hello to you as well. Just the wheel. There was no wheel at the end. Alright, this time I'm just gonna go from here. See if we can go up. Ooh, fun! We might go up. We might. We just might. That was reminiscent of something, like ice skating. Okay, so no, this plane 1 does not fly. Oh, single wing has 2 on either side, not 2 middle and back. We do have steering on the rear wheels. Maybe we could get it to fly. But anyway, so that was the first plane. And mind you, I built this with very, very, very little knowledge of how to build a plane to begin with. Because, yes, I've been on a plane, but like I've never been up close to a plane or been on a small jet or anything or read about them, so I don't know how you build planes. I kind of have an idea now. You probably actually don't want to hold the wings down there. Yeah, woo! I don't know, we might go up. We just might. Okay. Yeah, I think you can disable steering. The smaller control surfaces don't generate enough lift for takeoff. But we need smaller control surfaces to be able to turn better. So I think you get the idea. Only the most recent plane, I think, had a tail. Now let's check planes 4. Yeah, this one still didn't have a tail. Okay, so planes 5 should be the one that flies. This is the flying plane. It flies! And we've even got everything... Whoopsies. Set up. Oh, advanced controls. I wish I would just turn the advanced controls on from the get-go. The wing went up. Hi, Infinity. Is it a single wing if it's a boomerang shape with a cockpit at the elbow? I don't know. But I see that in my head. Okay, so what we want to change here... Why is this off center? That's really weird. Why is that off center? I'll worry about that in a minute. So we've said to decrease the span of the control surface. So I want to do 0.35. I don't know if it's helpful to have like a shallow control surface or a deep control surface. I suppose we can test it. Like we can make it as deep as possible. Save. And then launch it. There might be an errant part. The vertical tail is crooked. I don't think so. The rear landing gear is too far back to prevent you from pulling on the runway. And this plane is okay. Oops. Dang it, it's backwards. Sorry. Yeah, hey, at least that one doesn't pitch down super crazy. Alright, already this plane turns way better. Much more better. Like, I can actually do a pretty sharp turn. I think we're nosediving. Ooh, that was an extremely satisfying crash. That was very satisfying. I'm gonna crash so many planes once they fix that bug. Not so I think that was a very glorious landing, and it's not one that you survive, but it was very satisfying. Plane go very boom. I don't think this is crooked. Like, it's aligned with this line right here. Good data. Yeah. Now, so I'm gonna try. Chat, I have a headache. It's kind of an icky headache too. I'm still here. Come on, turn the lights back on. It's because I didn't get enough sleep last night. I stayed up way too late watching Death Note. Like, way too late watching Death Note. I don't know why we thought it was a good idea to start Death Note over. It's such a good anime. I ended up staying up like 4 episodes too late. Remember, the rudder is for fine tuning and windy landing and takeoff. Not going left or right. Yes, these though. I'm referring to these. The anime. I haven't seen the live action movie. Meow. You would not recommend it. There's a cat hair or something. Oops. Okay, so this plane is doing what the other one did. So I think we might have had better luck with the deeper control surface. Like, it's just not. Whee! And perhaps this one too, because like when I'm trying to turn, these two are responsible for Q and E. This one is responsible for left and right. Even though those didn't exactly affect it, I think they did help with the turning though, because this one, if you notice, does not turn as sharply as the other one did. Okay, so revert. A wild Tom appeared. There we go. If you want to pull up, we need to get the wings to help a bit more, just allowing them with the one flap. Pitch can be weird. The 2 flap edges for roll and the middle for pitch is ideal. I'm kind of getting what you're saying. No, wait. I liked 0.35. It was this that seemed more helpful. I'm also going to adjust this here. Not sure if a smaller wing would be helpful. Less control surface might be helpful. I'm in another plane of existence. Today, yes. A bigger control surface helps you turn at higher speeds. Yeah. That is a point. Okay, let's... Okay, let's go with that. You've been booped! You've been booped. Go fast so wings don't help. Mosaic Task Force is not following the channel. Rude! We'd also move the tail fins back to be able to pitch up more and make them bigger. Okay, I'm consuming chat messages. Nom 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 nom. Two flap edges for roll, and middle for pitch is ideal. Ideal. I don't know what that means. But I'm inferring that you're probably... Not that. This button. Saying for these to help with pitch. That seems sus. Wow, you're all not following me? How rude! JSOG, my own moderator of like 30 months, is not following me? Wow. Try to think of the center of mass as a pivot point and the various control surfaces as levers. You want the control surfaces farthest from the mass. Ooh. That mass? That's mass. That is useful. Okay, we're making a lot of changes on this one. I feel like instead of length, that should be called depth. Because... Ooh, what did I just do? When... Oh, here we go. So the control surface. I know it's kind of hard to see, but I'm adjusting this thing right here, and so that's... It flaps, you know, when things happen. So the span is the length. Like, I feel like this would be better titled length. Length is actually depth, like the depth of the wing itself that this is composed of, or composed inside the wing, whatever. And then the position makes sense, but... You weren't following until yesterday, despite being sub for 3 months. You know, Jetpack, I saw that. I wasn't going to question it, though. I wasn't going to question it. Just... I'm finding it very interesting that you're able to... Oops. Make your way back so consistently without following. Oh. And as scooting the horizontal tails back a little bit. Wings back a little bit. I actually wanted to tip these... that was not the right thing. Actually, maybe a little angle would be good. What am I trying to... Oh, wait. That's not controlled this way. That would be... Dish button right here. Turn off snapping. Just wanted to see how that works. This is experimentation mode. With the horizontal tails back a bit. Yeah, the bot is still the wrong account. I don't know why it's doing that. You could use the wings to get more pitch. If you just click the button to do this, it will work. But if you pitch and roll at the same time, it'll work weird. So the best way is to have 2 flaps on each wing. Oh. It might be better to move the rear flaps back and make them bigger. Okay, this is good. Thank you. This is good info. So in case you're wondering, like, no backseating, but how can I provide helpful solutions to this problem? That's a really good way to do it. Explaining the problem thoroughly and providing possible solutions. Because this is a solution for this plane, for what I'm working on, and it's also knowledge that can be applied to more than one situation. Rather than a, build the plane this way. That's not helpful backseating. This does have an afterburner, yeah. 6 years doesn't count. Nope, apparently not. You keep your follow list very short, even shorter than your sub list. But how do you make your way back to channels? Like, how do you know when they're live and stuff? Center of lift may have moved. Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, let's go back to this button. Grab these, and we will try the scooting backing a little bit. The reason I didn't do that was because I didn't like how they were like poking out of the engine. But I just used this translation tool to scoot them inside the engine a little bit. And we will make them a little bit bigger. I don't know if they should be flat or up. We're just gonna test it and see what happens. I also angled my wings. I did not intend to do that, but it happened anyway. Okay, and the other thing I'm going to do is grab this tool again and get the horizontal arrow and pull these back a little. And by doing that, I think I want to make the angle less severe on the wing. There we go. Okay, so the center of lift is changing. Let's put it like right there. So they're still touching. Yesterday, chat was saying that we want them to be like overlapping, but this time I'm going to just have them touching and see what happens. Also, make sure we turn off the settings here. No pitching, because we made a bigger wing to have more authority on pitching. I like that. A whole sentence. Give it more authority. It looks a bit too far back. We could add another fuel tank to the center to give us more structure to work with. Oh, I show up in the popular or recommended part of Twitch. Oh. But now that you follow, you're gonna get an alert. And I guess I feel honored that you like me enough to follow. Yeah, we're just trying stuff. We'll see what happens. I don't know about this. I'm not feeling very confident about the way the wings are tilted, but what better way to learn than to just go and see what happens? Full speed ahead, and I want to press S, yeah? Whoa. Yeah, I'll be swapping a new aerodynamic problem for an old one. Okay, that works better than expected. If you want to try the afterburner, the pre-cooler may not be enough to keep up with the air intake. The dynamic music's great. I know, I wish there was more music in the VAB though. Turn off SAS. Oh yeah. Whoa. That made a big difference. Meow, 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 meow. Bob. Bob's listening to some, like, heavy metal up there. Look at that headbanging. Oh, this is a good time to use my fun thing. Look at this headbanging. Okay, but now I have to get back. Ah! I'm going towards... Don't be alarmed, chat. We're plummeting into the ocean. That was a smooth lift. Yeah, we need to get back up a little bit and see how this plane turns. Is it easier to pull up or down? I will let you know once we get higher. Hi, Kodo Hundo. Okay, my dog is sitting next to me. I don't have a dog cam for this one, but he's got the... Oh my gosh! Hold on, we gotta pause. Like, I have got all sorts of places set up for him to be, and this is the only place he wants to be. I've even, like, been mean, like a mean dog mom, and taken this bed and put it somewhere else, and he just came and curled up on the floor like a sad pupper. Like, you took my spot, but I still want to be here with you. So that's where he goes. Yeah, this is Kuma. That's not Emmy. So he's actually bigger than Emmy, but he's smushy boy. Yeah, Kuma likes the hidden corner. Emmy likes the camera bed. Okay, so this one flies, or like turns even worse. Although I haven't flown the other plane without SAS. Whoa! Turn, plane, turn! Okay, don't do that. I guess, well, let's try turning this way, since we're already going that way. Let me turn SAS back on. Okay, it definitely turns, like, way worse now. I think we might have been better off having the, like, that control surface be much bigger, or a smaller wing, perhaps. Or control surface, I mean. Revert! I feel like he has more of, like, a running dog genes in him. It's quiet. It's basically just beeps and boops. I feel like yesterday there was music during this. Okay, maybe we won't do like the whole thing. We'll make it deeper. The lower center of gravity improves her cornering performance. Oh my gosh. Seriously, she is a tank. And I'm not just saying that to exaggerate, like, she just barrels Kuma over, like, and so Kuma's about 5 pounds heavier. He's 35 pounds. She's 30 pounds, but like half the height and a little less of the length. Like, her body can fit under Kuma. Like, we could actually stack them and like it not be uncomfortable for them. Like, the top of her back pretty much comes up to like Kuma's chest. But she has bigger paws than Kuma. Her bones are much denser, and she is ripped. She's made for... I don't even know. She's actually part German Shepherd, apparently. So maybe that's the German Shepherd in her. I'm fairly certain that she's like part German Shepherd Corgi because of her legs. The wings and horizontal tail bits might be fighting each other with differing angles. They might. I was actually going to change that, but first I wanted to test this. Because if I change too many variables at once, it's hard to tell which variable is working or not working, right? Don't you mean dog bile? I mean, for, like, you know, the purposes of what I'm demonstrating. Whoa, we go up! We're going up, alright. We're going up. Up, 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 and away. Meow! By the way, thank you all for the follows today. I'm sorry I'm missing them. I hope that you are having a good time. I also hope that you're having a lovely Tuesday. Yeah, you're headbanging again, Bob. It does have excellent up. As far as our statistics go, this has got like a full bar of up. The up is strong with this one. When you're trying to figure out which vessel to race competitively, in the statistics, below each vessel, this one would definitely have a full up bar. Turning, not so much. I forgot to put the wheels in again. I feel like that would just be one of those control groups or something. Don't revert to launch, revert to VAB. How high can we go? 5,000 meters. Actually, like that was about where we leveled off. I couldn't go any higher than that. Turn off the sound effects and provide your own effects with your voice. That's how you play KSP. I actually enjoy the music for launching. But I would like more... music when you're doing things besides launching. But I guess that's to come, right? Okay, save it as plane 5. There you are. And launch it. Okay, so the only thing I've changed now is that this back tail is in line with the wing in front. Let's see how that works. Now it's fixed? Okay, good. Welcome back, everyone. I thought KSP was about to crash on me. And be like, oh, everyone's back? Time to crash. Whoa, the up is strong with this one, too. I think the up might be stronger with this one. Holy moly. We're already at 500 feet, 600 feet, 700 feet, 800, 900, 1,000! Is the up strong enough to loop? It might actually be. No, I feel like we want to burst through that. Until we hit like an apex and then reduce the engine? Maybe not that much? Okay, maybe not. It's gonna be a close call. Whoa! that was as high as I could pull up. Ideas. I spell my attitude. Did I say feet? Did I say feet instead of meters? If I say feet, I mean meters. It is sadly the American in me. Main wing tips could be a bit far back versus the center of lift. It might resist changes in direction. Nope. Could be a bit far back versus the center of lift. Oh, I see what you're saying. These tips. Let's try that and see what happens. You can do it. The center of mass more. With lift, we should be able to do a barrel roll. Okay. Cool. We should swap a heavier engine to go higher. What if I say feeders? I don't think feeders is a word I've ever said until right this moment. Oh my gosh, the up is even stronger. I have built a plane that can very successfully go up. If nothing else, there's that. Puppers have feeders, but if I'm talking about pupper feats, I'm gonna say feetsies. The upgoer. Hi, Mruh. Mruh. Oops. Oops. I have been flying with SAS, so I'm not really sure how it handles without it. Ooh, I also wanted to adjust something here. The authority limiter. Let's let it go back up to full authority because I limited how much it can turn. These two, that is, like how much they can flap. Oh, I left the wheels out again. Oh, I was looking at that like that doesn't look quite right. Next plane gets 2 engines. Okay, here's the question, chat. Do you want to build an absolutely ridiculous rocket that by no means should probably ever be built? Or do you want to build a bigger plane? Okay, this one pretty successfully does the maneuver. Yes. Why not both? Because we don't have enough time. I talked a lot. Also, this just did a loop-de-loop. How do you get past 5,000 meters? Probably a bigger engine? A light second is how far light goes in a second. What about how far is a just second? I don't know. Big rocket. Big rocket. Enable the afterburner. There was a button for that. Without doing it here. Whoops! Turn that back on. Okay, we're in afterburner mode. Haha! If we want higher. Now let's just go straight up. Just like a rocket. Yeah, it would be a lot nicer. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're at 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. We're starting to, like, gravity turn or something. And we are losing speed No, we're gaining speed. We're at 13,000. Yeah, we're getting faster. We just gotta make it to 17,000 and we're somewhere. Okay, but it's fighting me on going up. It is fighting me very hard on the up. I mean, it might help if the plane wasn't upside down, but what do I know? Not 15,000, 16,000. Oh gosh, we're just doing a spin. Hello, plane. You know what we could do? We could build a bigger plane and then go collect science. It's become very unstable. Like, this is me just holding up the up button. Alright, let's turn SAS back on for a second. I want to pull up a little and put you on cruise mode. It's cool how the engine actually shrinks, or like the engine outlet shrinks. Okay, we need to go all the way back over here. How many meters until orbit? Space is at 70. No. Kilometers. Alright, listen. I need you to turn. This way. This way. This way. This way. Hold 3 buttons at once. This way. Okay, you want to fly upside down, Bob? Is that what it is? It doesn't... Yeah, it dilates. No, it doesn't dilate. It does the opposite. Roll to turn. Roll does this. And there's only one setting for roll. It's full roll. Made a smaller engine, a smaller plane to mine, but with the other engine it got to 30k. Wow. Wow. Roll to one side and then pull up or down. Okay, I gotcha. Does KSB have guns? Yeah, I don't think so. Yes, we have landed before. Have we landed this particular version of this plane? No. There are mods with guns, that I believe. It looks like we're much lower than we are. Like, we're still 3,000 meters above the ground. Flappy flap, I'm not doing anything. What you doing there, Bob? Flap, 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 flap. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to roll, and then press up. And I don't know that we should attempt to land on this, to be honest. We're up here. And going 200 something meters per second. And for some reason my plane has started trying to flap itself like a bird. Oops, wrong buttons. Wings. Feet. Turns. Up. Okay, go this way, actually. Go that way. Go that way. Okay. Are we landing on the grass again? Might be landing on grass again. No, wait. I think we can do the runway. I think we got the runway. It does involve me pitching in the correct direction. Oops. I pitched forward. I was supposed to pitch... I was trying to pitch backwards and I pitched forwards because it's backwards, dang it. Even that didn't work. Hello, Spaceberry. It looked good until you joined the stream. So, just for a reference, before chat starts yelling at me about pitching in the correct direction, we have some settings here, like pitch up. We all have agreed pitch up is what, S? Wait. It's S. It's S, right? I'm very backwards mentally now because of it being inverted. S, okay, yes. So then pitch down is W. Apply. So we got S and we got W. But look at this. Check this out. So I don't know that I can show you unless I free my keyboard from this prison I've put it in. Okay, there we go. These words are confusing. All right, so here's my keyboard. You see it? There's S and W. So W goes this way. S this way. So this one is pitch down. This one's pitch up. Is that all of the keyboard? No, it's a split keyboard. It's got two sides. It's a cat-friendly keyboard. Don't think of it as backwards. Instead, W is push forward, S is pull back. Yes. Except... Well, so W is actually pull back. So this is W right now. That's the W, which we just rebound the controls to pitch back, pitch down. It's actually pitch up, and S is pitch down. So every time that I accidentally steer the plane in the wrong direction, this is why. Okay, yeah, see like I just did right there? We're running out of runway. Dang it. Too hard. We're running out of time.
Just hype it flies.
The brakes are... Oh, that's not the brake button. This is the brake button. It would be really nice if brake wasn't just like, brake! Come to a complete stop! Who cares that you're moving at 50 meters per second? We're now going 0. Maybe we should invert the flaps. You know, that might be a good idea. The control... No, medicated player, it's not. Or maybe they are. Actually, I don't know, we tweaked a lot of settings, but I'm fairly certain they're not. Nemo, hello, thank you for 35 months, Nemo. Thank you so much, welcome back. That's almost 3 years. I really appreciate that, Nemo. I hope you are doing fantastic. They're not inverted. No, they're not. But we can invert them. And then break my brain even more because now I've gotten used to the other way. We could yeet some radial parachutes. Oh, that's a great idea. Brake too fast equals break. Well, I mean, there's only like one option. It's stop or go. Like... Alright. It's still doing it. Oh wait, you're right, the tail fins. Okay, just built. Yeah, because I changed the wrong thing. It's fine. It's fine. And hi Cthulhu Plus. Is it Mustachio? Does this game still let you change the braking force? I haven't messed with it, to be quite honest. Yeah, you can. Let's do like 35%. Good call. Or the way that I fly, 35% might be what we need. Actually, the front one, why don't we set the front one to like 20%? And the back ones will give a little bit more power. Because if the front one isn't coming to like a dead stop, it will stop the plane from going, you know? Theoretically. Also, uninvert that. Okay, yes. And then invert this. So now when I W... Ah! I think this is the right way now. Hi, Erudo Ramen. It is your first message. I do see. First time chatter. Welcome in. More break in the back, less break in the front. One step ahead. And disabling steering on the rear. Yeah, we talked about that too. We can put the front at 0. About 10%. I'll meet you in the middle with 10%. You love braiding. Well, we sometimes do a lot of that here. Okay, let's go! Now I gotta get with it that it's opposite.
Another first-time chatter here. Please treat me kindly, Jess Build.
My plane's a bird! Lemon Ducky, thank you so much for 18 months. We shall treat you kindly. Of course. Thank you so much and welcome back. Yeah, you can just stop that SAS. That's a new feature. You remind me of a chatter that used to be called the Lemon Ducky. No, just the Lemon Duck. It was the Lemon Duck. Will I try landing? Yes. I'm going this way, I'm gonna turn around, and we'll come back. It does not save the settings in the craft file, you have to do it in the VAB. So this is just like per flight settings. As soon as I crash or something, like the settings revert. Okay, yeah, this makes a lot more sense mentally. I assume this restricts... Does it change the angle when it says deploy? Like, no, they start at whatever that neutral angle is. But if I... Oh gosh. Does it? No. I'm not 100% certain what this does, if this does what I think it does. I'm actually thinking that it's not the flying that's bugged. I think it's the part, because yeah, like it's saying 1 did not a number, because that is what NaN means, is not a number. So, oh, I forgot to put the wheels back again. I kind of just need that to do it automatically. Okay, let's try doing re-roll. Oh. And remember that the controls are uninverted now. Yeah, gearing up would help. You can specify a deploy angle when active, but it still accepts input. So what I wanted to do is like not flop as drastically. Okay, yes, this is much more natural. We tried to build a plane, did not go well. This is my first plane, with a bit of tweaking, of course. This is actually like the 5th iteration of the plane that's also had a lot of adjustments made. Nope. Don't worry, chat, I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll remember. That the controls are different now. Yeah, turn that off. Controls are inverted. It's a very wobbly plane. There we go. Okay. We're not totally lined up. All right. Go this way. Okay, you know what? Let's go for this runway. Let's go for this one. I definitely said pull the wheels out.
It is my professional opinion
no
that
panic.
now is the time to panic!
No panicking. No, we're so good. Look at this. This is like an appropriate speed to hit the ground. Never mind about the fact that we're hitting grass. Okay. Whoa! Raking! Bounce, bounce. Oh no! Okay. Close enough. Let's go recover the vessel. Pogo Lander. Yeah, it's very bouncy. If you hit Alt and Tab SW, you'll trim the flaps to hold that position. It's increments, so you might need a few taps. Oh. Alt. There's more buttons to track. No, there's no guns, Elmarid, or bombs. You're trying to watch via your Steam Index. You bought controllers just 30 minutes ago. Steam Index. Oh, it's... the sun has come out. Is it time to hide because the sun has come out and I'm turning into a ghost? The wheels survived. Alright. So I actually want to make like a whole new plane. No, I don't want to delete it. I just want a new plane. There. Once you slow down enough for pulling up to not take off, pulling up will help slow down. I'm a vampire confirmed. I have to hide from the sun. Really though, it's like just completely oversaturates the camera. It's a VR headset. Okay, thank you. code, Blue. It's nice to see you. No, so I've only built one plane. I've only built one plane, and it was the plane... It was just plain. That looks kind of like mint lavender ice cream. Why suggest a ground support plane? So this is the plane I built. It flies. So then I said I was gonna make a bigger plane. So that's what we're gonna do now. Boop. I'm not looking up any more planes. The U2 looks like my plane. I hope you've been well, Code Blue. Okay. So we need some music up in here. Were we really just listening to like silence yesterday? I swear I heard stuff. Maybe... Oh no, there is music. There is. I guess I turned it down. It's like extremely quiet. It's because the launch music is so loud. I think I turned it down. There. Now I can hear it. Without turning my headphones up to max. Just go for the B2. Who needs a tail? I don't know what any of these planes are. Okay, so the one that I'm thinking about building is the first picture I have when I looked up plane with 2 engines. I'm gonna make a plane with 2 engines. Not 1, but 2. Do you have to pick a favorite? No, you do not have to pick a favorite. So the plane that I'm looking at, I have no idea what it's called, but it looks kind of fun to try and build. So it has this kind of intake, and then the front of it looks like that. You can't see what the front of it looks like, but I can. It looks like that. Why are we building this way? Because we're in rocket mode. Let's go to plane mode. Okay, thanks, bye. There. Is this going to be the game of guess the plane? Sure, if you want to try guessing the plane. I don't even know what it is. It's just called Pin on Planes. I'm just looking at it, so its design looks really hard to build, which is why I'm interested in it. Because I'm wondering if I can attach things to the tail. First, let's pick our engines and stuff. So, what was the bigger engine? We used the Panther, right? Were you suggesting that I swap to the Whiplash or the Goliath? Because that's no. You're probably suggesting this one. Pin the tail on Jess's plane. The Whiplash is faster. The Whiplash is the high altitude power engine. Yeah, let's see if we can fly around the world. So we're actually gonna need 2 of these. By the way, don't expect to be able to fly around the world. Let me just stop you right there. Guess what the real plane is I'm replicating. You can try. I don't even know the name of the plane I'm replicating, so I couldn't tell you if you're right or wrong. We won't have enough fuel with those engines. Yeah, we won't fly around the world. That sounds actually very tedious and boring. I will close these. So I stop looking at them and then open these instead. We could do like a large fuel tank. Perfect. This will definitely fly. You're guessing F-15. I have to look it up. No. Did make a MiG foxbat. They go very, very fast and very, very high. I am now a professional designer. It'll be less boring if we do our circumnavigation by actually hitting orbit. Hitting orbit with a plane? Whoa, a plane? I'm feeling like we should probably double up on fuel. But then, like, how do you attach these two things to a plane? Because it has to snap into this one spot. I don't think we can do this like a rocket and just put things in places and hope that they stick. I mean, maybe we can. I have to keep referencing my picture. I wish I had 3 monitors so I could see this picture better. Look at the other fuel parts. There are other fuel parts, but we can't use them, right? Because of reasons? I mean, I guess we could. There is a Methalox engine that will work. There's one with an adapter. This? Oh. Yeah, an adapter. They have excess oxygen, but we can empty it. And it's fueled. Hey, we're getting somewhere now. Yay! Check out the structure menu. They have a bicoupler for slightly wider plane bodies. A bicoupler. Not a tube. Not that. Probably not that. Or that. Or that. Engine mounts. What is that? Oh, no, that is very chunky. Beams. Bodies. There is a cockpit to match that form factor. We already have it. It was in fuel. There's a cockpit in here? Oh, you mean that piece. Okay, never mind. There's a cockpit to match this form factor. No, but that's not the... This doesn't match the plane I'm trying to build. It doesn't match. We can change the cockpit to match the wide fuel thing, or we can get another adapter in the Methalox fuel to match between the cockpit and the wide thing. It's looking cool though. It's kind of looking a bit like a sci-fi spaceship. Okay, so there's another adapter bit. So what? That was this side. Okay, but now it's too big. That was way too large. This is still too big. They get big fast. Yeah, no kidding. That's not what we want. That doesn't taper down. So yeah, there's this one here. That's round. So that's about the best we can do. Oh wait, what if we did this? Nope, that does not work because then it doesn't line up. Okay, so go back to this one. Throw you in the trash. It's so bright in my office right now. Do we have an SR-71 cockpit? I don't know. Make the back tanks smaller. But this is how I want to build a plane. Go build your own plane. I just want to center this in front of me. Okay, there we go. It's still not centered in front of me, but that's alright. Whoops. An F-16 Viper. If you manage to pick out the plane that I'm building, I'll be very impressed. It is not this. No. I'm building a plane with no name. I've been to the sky on a plane with a name, but now we're building a plane without a name. Can we like put a fairing on this or something to taper this down a little bit? I don't know. Let's see what happens. We're just gonna put things in places and see if we can build it. So, where's the air intake? Under aerodynamics. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't look quite right. Actually, okay, so let me pull this out and see if I can... This part might give it away. Is it a fighter jet? I'm not sure. Like, I'm literally just looking at a picture. I typed in jets with 2 engines, and I'm looking at the top picture, so you could just go Google that and see what you come up with. The adapter is a fuel tank, so we don't need as many small cylinder tanks if we're using one. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. How much fuel is in one of these? It doesn't pull up an additional menu when I click on it. Uh, 2 tons of methane. This adapter has... where did I find this again? Under fuel? Yeah. This adapter has 2 tons. So we're actually losing 2 tons of fuel that way, but... actually like 4 tons of fuel. I think it was overkill though. I have noticed the plane painted on the hangar. However, you know what I didn't notice from the plane on the hangar picture? Is that it actually shows me what I was missing on the plane that we built. Like it's got the tail fins. I could have just looked at the picture. They're so fuel efficient, you end up with too much fuel without trying. Yeah, so I didn't believe you all yesterday when you were saying that they're really fuel efficient. Ooh. That's cool. I can almost believe that that's how it's meant to be. Not these pieces that are obviously not connected to anything, but like the way that falls into the rest of it, like clips it. So what I'm wondering is if we can control this better, because this is, yeah. Hi there, Panderific. First ever plane that actually flew in Kerbal Space Program 1 made it all the way to the North Pole before running dry. That's a long way. Yes, we did set this to 0 oxidizer. There's also a wide methane only tank that we can put between the cockpit. Yeah, we tried that too. But, well, you know what? Let's see how it looks Like that. Doesn't look right. I want the tapering of the fuel tank to basically be in line with the cockpit. Like, this form factor right here is correct-ish. Like, with the bumps of the two fuel tanks reaching the cockpit. Like that. You're gonna be so confused when I finish my biplane. I'm just looking at pieces to see what we got. I actually might put some parachutes on the back of it so we can slow it down better. Because that was not working for me last time. Landing gears, don't forget those. Intakes. Yes, yes, yes. Tail sections. Cargo bays. Okay, this is... What does this look like? Okay, too big. It does say it's large. That's the right size. That's also the right size. Bearings. Haven't messed with these yet. Why can't I click this? I did this yesterday. What was the issue? Can't move either part. The button on the bottom bar just to the right of the blue. Well, that's not what. One. If you have to put parachutes on the plane to slow it down, you might be doing something wrong. Here's your tip for making things line up. Oh yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with that button. Try setting the cockpit as a vehicle. It is, though. I can't move anything, though. It did this yesterday, and I really forget what the issue was. Can't move anything. Okay, but we can rotate things, but I can't grab it and move it. You can't say you've run into this one. Yeah, I had this happen yesterday, and I really forget what I did to fix it. I can't even move this one around now. Reload the workspace. Planes. Okay, reload. Launch! Try spamming 1, 2, 3. Hello? Well, you know, since we're here... since we're here and everything... Maybe we should give it a go. You see what the sun does? Look, it breaks the green screen and everything. Somehow, adding more light breaks the green screen. So, I'm not here right now. Let's just see what happens. Oh wait, turn them both on. Oh yeah, it's like bobsledding. I crashed into a light. I didn't think that... I actually didn't think it would... I did not think that the light would actually stop the plane. I assumed that we'd just clip right through it. Curb sledding. Bob is bobsledding. Okay. Lights exists, Bob, and so I took that personally. I really did think, you know, because usually game logic says those can be passed through, so I truly thought that we were going to pass through those no issue. It might have been the slight drop off onto the grass. Maybe it was that. That was a highly volatile bobsled. Okay, now we can move stuff around. Alright, so I was looking at fairings, which I've never messed with before. Oh no, not this again. Where did I find those? Here. Okay, too big. Too big. Also too big. I know that they can do something. Oh. How do I get it off? It's stuck! There we go. I don't think a fairing is gonna work. But I know that you can, like, grab them and do something with them and, like, drag them around, but... Nope. Nope. That's what I just looked at. I was reasoning correctly. Those are one of the 5 things that actually exist. I'm putting it on backwards. I'm just pulling it whatever way it comes out of the menu. A docking port. I don't know that there's gonna be... anything here? Oh, what's that? Anything here? Whoops, that does what I want. Which means we might have to do the adapter bit. I'm just clicking stuff. I also forgot my jet engine. Where's the jet engine supposed to go on this? No, I didn't. I got one. It's on the back. Duh. For a second, I thought my plane disappeared, so I think we might need this piece. Turns out I had one. Even though it slightly deviates from the realistic plane I'm trying to build, we can also just kind of sink it back a little. Can we sink this one back? Did I already try that? Yeah, I did. I'm cool with pushing it back up until it starts to clip. How about right there? Had an ad for Red Bull even though you're not tired. But do you have wings? Hello there, Creeper Mage Extreme. Yeah, ads. Ads. Okay, let's try wings. Wings. Okay, too big of a wing. Also too big of a wing. Small wing. Did I move this one too? I did. I was gonna say, that did not look right. Snap. Maybe I do want this one to snap. There. Okay, it still doesn't look like it... Whoops, it connected properly. Maybe I should... Whoa. Detach it and then put it back. There. Now it's connected. Alright. So, the plane I'm looking at actually, I think has a lesser wingspan than this. As far as the wing angle goes, I don't know because I'm looking at it from the front. I'm just going to make some assumptions. Its control surface I can see though, and it's probably about like that. I actually think the tip angle is like horizontal. Ish? Horizontal-ish. I think horizontal's about 0.5, I guess. Since we can go from 0 to 1, 0.5 would be horizontal. Is it a Harrier? No. No, it is not. Hello, blue squid. To infinity and beyond, you don't divide by 0. Don't divide by 0, or you might get yeeted out of the solar system. Probably a Gulf Stream. I have so many tabs open of planes right now. Nope. That's like a passenger plane. You're still on the F-22 train right now. F-22 plane. You're very close. You were really, really close. Yeah, it's close to the F-22. A J-20? Nope. It's not a J-20. Is it an F-35? How about an F-23? What about an F-24? What about an F-250? That's a truck. Also close. It's a D20. If you roll it to 1, it explodes. Why are we talking about function keys? So I'm building a plane, and I don't actually have the name listed on the picture. This is the first picture that came up when I looked up planes with 2 engines. And it's on Pinterest, so all it says is pin on planes. Not like a plane that you pin on, but like it's a pin of a plane. I actually think these wings are too long. I kind of wish I could see the back of the plane. Like, I can't tell where the wing is supposed to end. Ooh. When you were young, you really liked the SR-71 Blackbird by Lockheed. You just thought it looked neat. The F-22 is the first Google image result for jet. When you searched F-15 was the first one. Okay, so I think it must be like an F class, whatever. No, these are all too fancy. Actually, I think the F-15 is fairly close. But it's not the right intake. Like, the air intake is not correct. This might not even be a real plane. Like, I don't know. It looks real, but maybe it's procedurally generated or something. I will show you the pic when I'm done, because somebody might be able to guess it. Now it's become a guessing game. Ha 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 ha. I actually think these are supposed to be like back here. But the problem is that we have extra length because this piece right here is supposed to connect directly to that and not have this adapter. Which is why I was trying to scooch it back, but that wasn't working. Which makes it very difficult for me to figure out where to put this wing, because it's supposed to be like up there. And then this red, and then squashed in like that. Maybe I will build it like that, but then we can make the wing longer, and to make it longer, we want root length. And wing angle. That might be too much root length. No, I really appreciate that you can do both of these at the same time. Like, have the adjustments open and have the other, like the actual form factor adjustments and then its positional adjustments. That's nice. It's a nice touch. Oh, it's just an arrow. I thought that was something clipping, and I was gonna say, what the heck is clipping? Okay, so now I gotta fix the control surface again. Is that a really weird angle? I wonder if I were to... Whoa. Change this. Oh. I'm so lost in thought right this moment. Very lost in thought. That should fly, right? I totally think that should fly. So what I'm trying to do is see how I can get the control surface to be more rectangular than it is like obtuse. Trapezoid? Not a trapezoid, parallelogram? Hi, Aphobius! Is it a Eurofighter Typhoon? I don't know. You think it's a Eurofighter Typhoon? Okay, I'll look it up. It is not. I thought maybe you had it, but it's not that. I wish I knew what it was for you all. I could show you a picture, but that's cheating. Those are definitely wings. I know, Voodoo Lilium. I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. Kerbal will allow things to fly that many would consider unnatural. Okay, so if you reduce the tip length, you get... It would be nice if you could lock a side, like lock this side from changing so I could change the tip lanes like just in the front. So that I could maintain the control surface like a rectangle, because like of course it's rectangular now, but this is a ridiculous wing and it won't fly. I mean, it might fly. What do I know? But I want to make it more something. If I want to make it more something, it looks like that now. Tis what it is. The best KSP2 plane you've seen so far. Oh, I'm super curious. No sound. What is that? What is it? It's a box. It's a box. How did they get a cardboard box? Wait, is it not actually a cardboard box? Is it just like... Yeah, it's a cardboard box of flight. Okay, it is. Oh, its wings colored brown. It looks like a cardboard box for sure. That's pretty amazing. Okay, I think the wings might actually need to be a little longer. There, let's go with 0.18. And then... I don't know how this thing is supposed to fly. Control surface, a stabilizer. Did I just build a control? I built a stabilizer. Okay. So control surface. Oh, the whole thing flaps. Oh, I get the difference between all of these now. The control surface is just a wing that flaps. The stabilizer is the one that does the this one does rolling. This one does... I forget. The control surfaces were responsible for up and down. That does rolling, so this is left and right yaw. Yeah, I got it. I figured it out. Might be a MiG-25 or 35. You might be right, I don't know. Undo my wingspan. Okay, looks okay. We're good. Turn off snapping, so those aren't clipping through the bottom. And scooch them forward a little bit. That looks good. Now they're lined up. Mostly lined up. I think that they might have too intense of an angle. And they also need to be like way taller. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. Only problem is I can't see the flap. So I don't know how that's supposed to look. We can just go with default. And with that, I think it's done. Anyone know what this is? There are two other things to tweak. The arrow/procedural box has a scroll bar. Hi there, Carbon Fly. It's a plane! You know, speaking of that, we should check this for sure. Alright. Looks good. Looks like an F-22. So the reason why I just punched chat into oblivion. Okay, chat. Ah, come back! There you are. Looks like a Typhoon. Yeah, we're missing some control surfaces of the F-22, which is why I said it's not that one. The MiG-21 just doesn't look like this at all. Oh, these are the things that you told me to build. F-16, nope. J-20 has extra control surfaces in the front. And it doesn't have these ones back here. The Eurofighter Typhoon also has some sort of like winglet thingy in the front. And only one fin. What was the other thing that you said to look up? MiG-25 and 35 have extra rear control surfaces. Okay, so what I'm looking at would be this. Again, this might not be a real plane. It could just be something someone made. There is a name attributed to it, so maybe it's just someone's craft from some other game where you can build a plane. Hi there, Matt Davis!
Hey Jess, just wanted to pop in and throw my prime at you smile.
Thank you very much! Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 16 months. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. Welcome back for 16 months. That's incredible. Thank you so much. How are you doing today? Okay. Actually, the sun has passed, so we're good. Here we go. What is this? I also forgot to put feet on it. Now that you said legs, Blue Squid, and I realized I forgot to put the wheels. An F-35. I think F-35 was the one that I didn't look up. No, see, look, this one has like the wing thingies in the back. Oops. I like how I just tried to drag the plane as if I built it or something. I see where you get that from, but also this only has like one engine. This only has the one. This one has like the two. And then it just like disappears into... That was the competitor to the F-35. Hey, Krampus. Like wheat. Hello. It was a prototype that was never produced. Oh, look at that. If it's real, it's some experimental thingy. The one thing I chose was the experimental plane. Nice. Let's see if it flies. It may have mixed an F-35 front with an F-22 rear. Maybe. So I picked a plane that doesn't really exist. Haha! Fooled you all! You know, I wasn't really feeling the color scheme, but it's kind of grown on me. It just looks like ice cream. I wonder if these can scooch in at all. Yeah, that's better. I didn't actually check the stats on any of this to see if this is enough air take and whatnot for these engines, but we're just gonna go for it. Hulk ice cream. Mint ice cream and lavender ice cream. I don't know if you've ever had mint and lavender ice cream. My favorite ice cream place makes it. Hold on a second. The wings... The wings are different. I don't know if something changed them or if I did that. Something smells weird. Something smells really weird. I need to. I have to go investigate this. Is this smell? I gotta fix this first. The smell. My nose does not agree with it. Let me just boot myself away real fast and I need a BRB that's not BRP. I need a BRB for like a, I don't know. Investigating a smell BRB. B. Hold on. I'll be back. Okay. It's already done. It's Celentre's food. It smells really weird. It is 100% a photoshopped F-35. But it's very derpy, and we should look it up for the derp factor. Okay, cool. I'm glad that we picked, like, I picked the one plane that, like, doesn't really exist. That makes it even more fun for me. Okay. Yeah, Celentre, that food smells really wrong to my nose. It doesn't smell right. Nice toilet. Oh, yeah. Those are a little crooked. That's alright. That's okay, we can fix it. So we're gonna need this button. Maybe I do want it on snap because it does not snap to straight. Okay. Or did it? No, it's definitely a little off. I'm not convinced those are straight. I ain't convinced. Okay, now I think they're straight. This one is straight, but it needs to be like there. Might have to put the extra fuel tank on here again just to give ourselves some wheels that are at the same height rather than whatever we've done here because they're too high. What if I move my wings down? I closed the picture of the thing. Yeah, I think the wings are actually supposed to be lower. Am I up for a non-complex suggestion? You found the source and they say it straight out is. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's not a real plane. Haha. Fooled ya. I want it to just be a little... Oops, that's the wrong thing. A little bit higher. Yeah, there we go. Is this a V-tail? It is apparently a plane that does not actually exist. It's just one that I picked. I went with a reference image on the interwebs, and it turns out it's not a real plane. Ha ha ha. Oh, he has like... He has... No, that's not what I want. I'll let him tell you. They're still a little bit too high. This is it's a Jess plan and it's going up. They're too high, but when we eliminate the wing clipping, they look like they're in the right spot. Yay! So, couple of things before we test this out. Let's make sure we turn the braking power down to like 70%. Make sure we turn off steering. Turn on the lights. They're backwards. Gears extended. Auto suspension. Spring strength. Yes. I'm not sure what a spring versus a damper is. All the wheels are backwards. Oh no, that one's actually straight. What is a damper? This is a word I've heard before, but I don't actually know what it does. Like something that I've heard in passing. Like at an auto shop, maybe. I think that qualifies as good enough. Spring goes boing, damper goes woomph. Okay, so let's turn them both down. Like 70? Because I was hitting the ground and my plane was bouncing like a pogo stick. The F-22 landing gear is slightly in front of the vertical control surfaces. The vertical control surfaces, like the... This one? No, this one. It's... I still feel like this is too large. I think I can shrink those a little bit. So, lets me have wing. There we go. Ah! Good down there? Yeah. All right. Slight panic. Hello, Mr. Snorty Cat. Hello, Snorty. He's come to cuddle up on the blanket I threw on the floor. He's like, yes, this spot seems good. I snuggled here yesterday. He actually sat by me for like a good chunk of the stream. I had no idea. He just silently came in and I had a blanket on my legs. That was cold and I got hot, so I threw it off on the floor and he made a nest out of it. As cats tend to do. Oh yes, this one. This is the hardest thing to find. I had trouble on the other plane too. Finding this landing gear. Oh! Was there for dip. Oh! Dip. Ah! You gotta right click, not left click. I feel like there should be a lock button. Braking power, 0. No. We're not gonna boing like a pogo stick. Maybe with a little bit of bounce, but... We basically hit the ground and took off again because it was very bouncy. Steering is enabled on that one. Springs absorb impact, but release it afterwards. The damper slows that release so you don't bounce. Okay, so we do want the damper to be high. Okay, let's try that. Implying we know how suspension works. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I like generally understand. I've never really been into any of it really. Cars or planes. Never really been something that I'm like, I gotta learn more about this. I guess you could say my curiosity for cars and planes and rockets and things has been very minimal, which is why this is the first time I'm learning about it. I suppose these have to be responsible for pitch too, because we don't actually... Did I turn these around? No? Thought I did. Oh, it's gonna be so annoying if we have to... If I invert the controls, then... U and E are gonna be backwards. Unless I put two different control surfaces on here, and have one be pitch and one be the roll, but that seems... Let's just try this. Let's deal with it being, inverted. And you are the yaw. Don't invert the controls, it should be fine. Yeah, what if this new plane isn't affected by the bug? That's the point, yeah. If you were to raise the dampers all the way up and lower the spring all the way down, would the plane just sort of stick to things? If the rear fins are the only part of the fin, they should probably maybe be at around a 40-degree angle. This one? I assume in this one. "45-degree angle? Like there. Very long. Whoa. Why don't we do like, I don't know, 30 degrees? Oh, 40 degrees to the side. Yeah, I was gonna say, that looks weird. What was it at before? Were they horizontal? I don't know what they were at before. I do have them set to this angle. "45 degrees. That looks okay. The inverted controls appear to be coming from the wings. It was from the control surface in particular. So... Well, I think it was doing it for both of them, wasn't it? There's nothing wrong with doing pitch and roll with wings and yaw with fins. So on our last plane, there was a bug of some sort where pitch was backwards. So rolling and yaw were correct, but despite the keys being bound to the right thing, I promise, pitch was backwards. So I actually had to invert the controls on those pieces, specifically only for pitch. And we've come to the conclusion it is bug. Oh yeah, I wanted to rotate these. It's really hard to tell because I want to align the wheel with the wing and not the form factor of this with the wing, which is very tempting. I'm trying to line up this wheel with this line and make them parallel. But the angle's weird. Yeah. Definitely is like testing your skills in estimation and eyeballing. Okie dokie. So those are facing the right way now. I also want this piece if we can possibly snag it. Oh, put it back. I want to turn the lights on. This looks pretty dang sweet. I think it's pretty cool, yeah. Can we put Jeb in it this time? Jeb's my favorite. No, Bob. It's Jeb's turn. Best for flight is straight up. Okay, let's start with straight up. So, like what I was looking at, it wasn't entirely straight. It kind of had like a very minimal angle. There. And this is called zoom. We save. We overwrite. And we launch. When Streamer says eyeballing, and you mentally jump to the eye trees in RimWorld. Eye trees? What's going on here? Why are these already up? Is this the correct way? Pitch up. That's down, isn't it? It's backwards. Still, I think. S should flap up. Yeah, this is S. You want to start at high throttle and then slide it back as we get to our desired altitude. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's gonna go. I think it'll go. Oh my gosh, the cat snoring. He's so cute. Look at Jeb. Can I play with this again and be like, yeah, look at Jeb. He's so happy. Well, he was staring off like into space or towards space, but now he's looking straight ahead. He's prepared to fly. With those engines, we're gonna go. By the way, pitch and stuff is backwards again, so let's just do it. All right. Go. Both engines together. Yeah. Whoa. Let's just go up. Just. Whoa, these are really strong engines. All right, there we go. Why does everything look so bad? You do not feel safe in this plane. Okay, well, we're up now. Yeah, this plane is much faster. It doesn't feel like we're going... No, the wheels. It doesn't feel like we're going that much faster, but we are definitely going like 100 meters per second faster. To the moon! If the rear landing gear was forward, it might be easier to take off. So I tried to correct my positioning, and it caused the whole wobble thing. Alright, I mean, we're still going up. How high can you go, Jeb? Look, chat, no hands. We're still going up. Okay, I'll pet the kitty while we go up. We're still going up. Technically true, we have gone 2 meters. We're still going. It's gonna get toasty soon. Yeah, we're about to hit, like the lower atmosphere. Plane just wants to go up. It's like, well, let's keep going. We are out of air. Look at that. That's all right. Oh, those really burn through fuel. You all weren't kidding. Why did no one tell me this was in the wrong spot? We stalled. We're still going up! Bye! Who knows where we're going? Let's just see what's going on the map. Is this where it thinks... Oh no, that's... Oh, okay, we're going down right there. Drop tanks can solve fuel supply issues. Hey, we're back on. We are back online. I kind of figured that I would have to... What is this gauge? Atmosphere. So is this the lower? No. That's space. I thought that like 1700 was the lower atmosphere. Lighter is thicker. Oh, I see. We just need a couple of rocket boosters to the moon. Now we're going down. That's alright. Oops. Yeah, it's wobbling because I just punched pitch down, trying to press pitch up. I kind of just want to see how far we can go. Or we can go check out this island. Think we can land on the island? Objects in computer screen are much further than they appear. We need to be big enough to lift hydrogen tanks and some nervas so we can get to the moon. We can for sure land on the island. To land on the island, we might want to decelerate. Decline. What's the word for lose altitude? Decline. Decelerate. Descend. Yes, descend. That's the word I'm looking for. Hi, Real Pistol. Nice to see you. It's a nuclear rocket. Okay. Hydrogen tank. Some fun on a plane. Sounds very, boom? Words. Yeah, what are words? It's real serious about the rolling. Like the rolling? Oh yeah, you said hold Alt. That's really nice. Whoa. Okay, cool, but stop. Stop that. It's still doing it. How do I get it to stop doing it? Let's go up. I don't care if we're upside down, Jeb. Go up. Alt other directions. I don't know. It's still alting. Okay, now we're going that way. Alt forward. Nah! I'm going in for island landing. Okay, there needs to be a way to turn this off. Okay, it's trying to incrementally roll to the right now. Which is very confusing. Island landing! Stop going that way! I feel like we're going so slow. We're totally gonna land in the water. Jeb! Jeb? Can this plane float, Jeb? Let's find out. Quick save! Oops. Oh my gosh. Where's the plane? Neom! I am a shark. I'm a shark. I'm on the sand. Zoom! Hey, we're here. Stop. Stop this plane. Hold the brakes down. Ah! It was a submarine after all. Okay. Load. I did a quick save, so we can, you know, water breathing engines. They filter out the hydrogen and only take the oxygen from the water. The air intake really is magic, I know, Waletsky. Alright, we're going down. Maybe not like 100% zoom. Okay, I think we found the floor again. This is really trippy, like... I feel like the top of the water is actually... And they said it couldn't be done. That's an island landing. We've landed on the island and invented a submarine plane at the same time. I'm so mean to Kerbals. No, look. Jeb... Can I do the thing again? Jeb's having a great time! Look at Jeb. Jeb approves. Jeb is dead before loading. Okay, that was my fault because I hit the brakes again too hard. You can't hit the brakes too hard. I even turned them down, but... Okay, so... Okay, let's go forward. Can I have a view from inside the cockpit? Do. We're going this way. We're gonna go check out the island in our car. We have a car. Deb's on vacation. He tested the vehicle, discovered it's a submarine and plane combo, and now is on vacation. Because he's won a Kerbal Peace Prize. It's vacation time. Can you post links? Give me 1 second. Yes. No. What's wrong with the bot? Okay, well, I would like to permit you, but the bot... Okay. Really weird, because I used the Twitch permission. Like, I did that permission from the name card. How do they see anything in that cockpit? Can't see a darn thing. I am the bot. I told you that I was the bot. That's water, huh? Jeb, you turned it too hard. You still think it will fly? Okay. Well, okay, that just happened, but I think we might still be able to go in shark mode. There's no air. What do you mean there's no air? Oh, we lost the air intake. Yeah, there's no air. Okay, we're just gonna have to go real quick to pause. Real quick, because this is gonna load us in like nose diving into the ocean. Give me 1 second, Stephanated. Hello, I see you there, but... Oh, we're already in the water. Well, that's not where I saved. Stephanated, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Pizza Cat. Hello, Stephanated. It did, yeah, raids have been kind of broken the past week or so. Like, I don't know. Like, I raided the other day. Whoa, encoding overloaded. Chat. Encoding's overloaded. I think water's breaking the computer. My computer sounds like it's on fire right now. Perhaps we should get out of the water. You have no idea what's going on their end. Yeah, well, I mean, like, raids have been really broken recently. The other day I raided and, like, all the raiders just got left behind. What is going on right this second? Okay, I'm just trying to turn off whatever the encoding overloaded is. Like, this is the first time this is happening, right? Chat. What's going on? You're still on the FG channel, which is a bad sign for the raid. You turn off VSync? I mean, we have like 48 FPS right now, but OBS is like freaking out. It's the game. Yeah, I'm gonna just revert. Oh, hi there, Neon Guy. Okay, whoo, we're good. We're good. Computer sounded like it was trying to take off itself. You strapped a set of engines to it. Okay, we're good. Stephanated, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Pizza Cat, you love KSP, but you can't afford the second version. Well, it's very buggy and very not optimized. It's very not optimized. No, when you want to get up, the cat comes over to cuddle. I know, it happens all the time. Honest opinion from a buyer and KSP fan. It's not ready and you're fine waiting. Okay, oh, I did say that I would give you all my opinion of KSP 1 versus 2 earlier, and then I didn't do it. Overall, I like the music and the vibe better in this game. Like, it has way more terrain details. It looks very beautiful. But it's not optimized, which is a really big drawback from that. The water there was causing a lot of issues. I was able to run this on high graphics with shadow set to medium, and we haven't had any issues until like right then. That's the only time I've had issues. I also think the UI in this is much better than in 1. It's much better. in this game than it is in 1. Far more intuitive and easy to... Oh, actually, we did a really good job lining these wheels up. To... like, just see what you're doing. Like, I love this little cube feature now. The options that are available to you in 1 that are not super obvious, things like center of mass, center of lift and thrust and aerodynamics and whatnot, they're very easy to see now. Like, it's very nicely consolidated. It looks pretty, way better than KSP1. But, you know, there's all the drawbacks of it only being sandbox mode and it's really unoptimized. And very, very, very buggy. KSP water has literally always been a problem. You're missing the infuriating bugs that stop you from planning ahead. Oh yes, so I haven't tried going to space or anything. I've been keeping up with all the reports in Discord that the KSP2 players have been posting in the game channels, and it just sounds like we don't really want to try leaving the planet, which is why I've just been building planes and stuff. You can wait a few more minutes. You can. You know you can wait a few more minutes and give the kitty those cuddles. You lost 2 runs, hopefully a third time's the charm. Hopefully. It's a bad feeling to lose a colony. I don't know exactly, like, what the optimization schedule is. Like, obviously, I just noticed these wings are definitely clipping through the engine. I didn't even notice that before. Obviously, like, I'm not a dev. Especially not for this game, so I don't know what optimizing it looks like, but it is admittedly in early access. So, like, working with that knowledge... Oops. Okay, that looks a little bit better, but I also need to move these back. And snapping off. Like, as far as building, it's been much easier to build in this. Like, even the mouse controls are much more intuitive in this menu. Like, scroll wheel goes in and out like you would expect it to. In 1, you have to do shift scroll to go in, otherwise scrolling goes up and down, which drives me insane. And you can't rebind the keys. You can rebind them here. Well, I mean, you can rebind the keys, but not for this. It's exactly as advertised. Early access. We put the front wheel a bit lower, taking off is easier. A bit lower as in... like, just pull it down some. And somebody also said moving this one forward might help. Like ahead of the control surface. That was a spark arrestor? I don't know. Somebody with a yellow name said it. Oh, I'm sorry that that's been happening, Sephonated. Yeah, the price is very high. I personally feel like the price for this early access of a game is kind of unreasonable. I don't know how long it's been, I say that, okay, but I don't know how long it's been in development. I don't know what the development team looks like and what kind of overhead they have. Just from a consumer perspective, I feel like asking $50 for this is really kind of crazy. And they said it's gonna go up through development, right? So, like, the cheapest that you can buy this game for, baseline, is $50. And this is an alpha, not a beta. Yeah. I can agree with that. You're not bent out of shape, it's early access. More that it's mostly unplayable. Yeah, it's a really big mug. This is like a liter mug. Yeah, waiting till a sale. I would say, like, if you were concerned about content, then wait. If you're the kind of person who's okay with it being early access, and you're okay just going into the VAB and building whatever you want, knowing that's all you can do, then go for it. Like, you're gonna encounter bugs and stuff. But if you're actually, like, wanting career mode or science mode, or just a lot of little things that aren't quite right, like, there are just certain details that the game doesn't really account for yet, like heat. I don't think that we have to worry about heat right now. That being said, this is probably going to be the cheapest time to buy it outside of a sale. You can check back in 6 months at the same price. Yeah, I'll probably be jumping in every couple updates and seeing what the game looks like. A liter of cola is coffee. Decaf coffee. Decaf coffee. And caffeinated. I've been doing well, and yeah, I mean, for the most part, everyone's doing well. Mr. Kitty's sick. Okay, so let's try again. The graphics do seem really poor. I turned them back up, right? Another fun bug is that sometimes the graphics don't stay. Actually, so I was using VSync to keep my frame rate at like a reasonable level. That's not really changing my frame rate. If I leave this, we're getting like 24 frames right now. We're bouncing between 20 and like 25. I was just making sure that the menu wasn't affecting that, but let's actually turn this all down to medium. Okay. I do feel like the graphics are looking kind of weird right now. I don't know if this is what it's supposed to look like anymore. ASP2 spoiler? This is a massive picture. Oh yeah, there's a landmark on the moon. Alright. Let's go. Yeah, didn't this look nicer before? Or, oh, whoops, I forgot to fly. Ooh! I forgot the part about going up. I was reading chat. Hi there, Nesteros. Are we in space? We're on the ground. And then I hit the wrong button because they're inverted again. So I even pitched the nose into the runway. That's probably my biggest complaint, actually. Is that the controls are backwards. Why is the encoding overloaded again? This is the first time we had this problem all day. Let me restart the game. Yeah, so that's how we fixed it, was to invert the controls. That's how we fix. Man, I lost all the assets and things when I moved the files. Okay, let's fix this one too real quick. Hello to the void. Okay. Yay, we're back. No void. Maybe put my engines in the same stage. Yeah, it's kind of funny they're not in the same stage. So I imagine whatever went wonky with the graphics, if I'm not imagining that, like I feel like they didn't look that bad. Scary face, by the way. It has something to do with the encoding overload. That's my first time having that problem. Yeah, so they're backwards in the sense that like we've bound the controls to so that pitch is correct, but when flying, the pitch is inverted. It's very weird. You've heard reports the game just needs to be restarted sometimes. Okay. It still looks the same. I guess I was imagining that. But we're not overloaded anymore. I was pressing the wrong button, see? Okay, I did this last time, but we still went up. Eventually we went up. There we go. If I click invert, yes, it does work if you invert it, but I'm using these flaps for more than just pitch. They're also being used for roll. They're also being used for roll, so if I invert that, then all of it's going to be inverted. Because yeah, like if I go in here, turn my head off, and click advanced controls, we can see that you have the ability to invert the controls, but we're controlling for pitch and yaw, and I can't invert either or. It's gonna invert everything. So while it will fix pitch, it'll then make roll backwards. And I've already experimented enough with the pitch being backwards to deal with that over making this backwards. You can eventually go up until you hit a bump that pushes your nose high enough to catch the air. That's kind of what I did for takeoff there. We're going up. We're going up. And thank you all very much for the follows. What's the goal here? Fly. Fly's the goal. Because there's nothing to do besides build things. I think the reason we don't have much pitch control is because the only pitch surfaces are pretty much in line with the thrust. What? I mean, it's actually not that bad. Like, oops, that's the wrong button. That's the wrong button too. Like, this is actually working okay. I'm not sure if this plane is better than the last one I built. We're basically in just chatting. You mean just chatting. With flight sim background noise. Well, it's flight sim background. Thank you very much for the follows. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good time. Will this game allow you to go to the moon and back again? Yes. In fact, if we put some rockets on here, we could probably go to the moon with a plane. Is the engine supposed to jiggle like that? In this case, yes, because I think they have like a gimbal in them, and so they're actually helping control the pitch of the plane. In fact, that by pitch I mean roll? Attitude? I think the word is attitude. Oh, hello. Okay, I just changed some stuff. So, okay, they do affect it, but we still need the wings to work. Yeah, now that's down. Alright, so we should even out here. We're actually running out of fuel. And there's no land in sight. Let's go that way, maybe. It's probably way farther than it looks. Let's see if we can roll back around. And it's backwards. Ah! We are rapidly descending. Jab! Pull it up, Jab! Whoa. Trick maneuver. We're just skimming the ocean. Just saying hi. Splashing our toes in the water. Just 70 meters away. This is the content you come here for. Just flight sim with some just chatting. The ailerons are not far back enough for good pitch leverage. So I built this one just based off a random image off of the interwebs, and turns out this is not a real plane. It's a Photoshop plane that I chose, and chat couldn't figure out what plane it was, and that's why, because I tricked you all with fake plane parts. Well, I mean, I guess they're actually very real plane parts, but... Hi, K-Poppy! Did they patch the game yet? No, I don't think it's had an update since it released. Just building and just chatting. Yeah, so this doesn't turn well at all. This thing actually turns horribly. It's way faster than my other plane, but it is no good at turning. Look, Jeb, we need to go up. Rapidly accelerating towards the ground. Yes, you can go to Kerbal's equivalent of Mars. The tail fin needs the angle, so it has the elevator. They're called a ruddervator. Yeah, so the plane that I was copying didn't actually have those extra parts. This one does fly though. I mean, it flies okay. It's just not very agile, which is funny because it's very fast. It's very quick, but not very agile. I also can't see the island anymore because there's a sun in the way. Who put that sun there? We are about to run out of fuel. Do you recommend the game as is? Again, I think it depends on your priorities as a player. But generally speaking, I would say you probably want to wait. Like, full disclosure, I received a free key for this, so I did not pay for it. I'm just sharing my experiences as is with the game. Okay, so there's not enough thrust to take us up. But if I thrust to take us up, we're gonna run out of fuel. Either way, I think we're in a bad spot. We are stranded in the middle of nowhere with hardly any fuel left. That's the fuel gauge right there. So the LF stands for liquid fuel. And so you can see that we have 0.25, I assume liters? Tons? 0.2 tons of fuel left. Okay, slow down now that we're up. 0.13. 0.12. And also this is our delta V. So delta V stands for change in velocity. And the amount of fuel that your craft has... Okay, delta V is actually sort of a mathematical indication of how much fuel your craft has. There you go. We're gonna crash into the ocean. We're ocean crashing, so I mean we could just save the fuel and just scoot along the water. Why don't we try that? So this indicates the velocity that we can change the planes. So right now we have enough fuel to change our velocity by 275 meters per second. Oh, it blew up. I did not expect it to blow up. It's like belly flopping. Yeah, this is a limited sandbox, exactly. So if you actually want the full game, like definitely go with KSP1. So I want to recover the vessel, and then... Well, I actually want to go to the VAB, but it looks like I can't do that. Nicely done! Okay, cool. Vessel recovered. Vessel landed! I did no such thing. This vessel was not landed. That blew up. But the game thinks it landed. Poor Kerbal. No, they're fine. Okay, yeah, so the water just, like, breaks my GPU. Not a submarine. No eject button. But then Jeb was gonna be stranded in the ocean. Yeah, if you're going fast enough, the water becomes concrete. Probably the landing gear survived. Where am I right now? My GPU is taking on water. What GPU is in my rig? A 3080. Did I lose the plane? No. Kerbal submarine program. This thing was pretty much a submarine. So what could we do to improve our flight experience? Well, a couple things. Let me look up a picture. And so this thing looks a lot like an F-35, which is what it was based on. I think you guys said it was an F-22 with an F-35 with like a different something like this. I don't know. So if we were to just add on the little finny things, on the back. Oh, wait, this one actually has the angle of whatever this thing is called. In the picture. It actually, like, kind of faces up. If we want more maneuverability, we may want to center the center of lift closer to the center of mass. Center of lift, center of mass. Yeah, so what I was thinking of doing was not that. I wanted... Oh, no. This button. So that way we could scooch. Scooch this forward. We'll deal with all of this weirdness momentarily. But first, I need to just scoot everything forward. Scoot, 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 scoot. That way I can put on tail fin thingy. And I think what we're gonna want is... let me think. Is it a control surface? Yeah. We want a control surface. Probably a small one. Alright. If the rear wheels are just behind the center of mass, it should take off easier. Oh, really? Thanks, Val. Also, welcome in. Right, so we don't want this to be on symmetry mode. We want it to be on... This is just not attaching to anything. It's not attaching to anything. Maybe I actually do want symmetry mode. Also, there's no music. We had music the last time we were in here, but now we don't have any. I don't think we can mount on the engines. But I want to! Okay. Tell you what, let's try... Oops. Let's try that. Turn these off because they are distracting. And then grab this and use this. So... We're gonna pull them down. Down to Kerbal Town. Oops. Okay, it's really hard to grab these arrows. And then grab the green arrow, straighten them out, and then the red arrow, and smush them in. Okay. Now we've got something that roughly resembles a rear fin wing thingy. Mount them forward and slide them back. That's kind of what I did. Kinda, sorta. Also a docking port, so we can dock in space. Yes, that is my priority right now, docking in space. Of course. So interestingly enough, the engine, the plane that I'm looking at only has one engine in the middle. So like both of these control surfaces mount like just in front of the engine, like kind of how it does here, and then they overhang it. But we have two, so I need to figure out how exactly to adjust their size. These ones are very, very weird. We don't want a lot of wingspan. They do angle forward slightly. Or do they angle out? No, they angle forward. Kind of like this, but there's something weird like right here that I can't quite put my finger on. They're actually mounted to, like, looks like a tailpiece. Like, so instead of having this engine, like this, it looks like it's actually got, like, a tail section. Okay, these don't attach together. They attach like this, but it seems like something next to it. I don't know, it would be fun to start over, but I'm trying to make this plane work. It's so creepy silent, guys! It's so creepy silent without music. Give the tunes back. I have transcended copying aircraft and now designing a custom jet. Well, my first one was a custom jet. Doesn't that count? Tip length? Oh, yep, no, let's save it at 0.4. Tip angle. I actually think it is tilted out a little bit. You're gonna try and build a jumbo jet and go to the moon. You know you can also build a rocket and go to the moon. Oh yeah, the tavern song. That's good music. Let's do that. Can we have more than 2 engines? Yes, you can put as many engines as you want. Thank you for saving me from myself. Yeah, I think what the weirdness is that they have more than 3 surfaces. Like there's actually 4 surfaces. Not counting the one that connects. I think that's why it's tripping me out. Okay, so I think that this is okay. But I want to snag one of these control surfaces. I can't highlight it. Oh, there we go. I want them to be not clipping the engine because that bugs me. Scooch forward. Tilt back a little. And then with all that done, I have to edit it again because it looks like this is actually supposed to tilt forward itself like that. Do you hear a Dwarf Fortress tavern party? You sure do. We're tavern partying it up. But now it's over. You have this unexplainable urge to go mining for gems. Yeah, what's that about? Okay, we're just gonna leave the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack on. By the way, this is the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. I'm thinking that I actually might play Dwarf Fortress tomorrow. Either we're gonna play KSP 1 or we are going to play Dwarf Fortress. I haven't decided. I have to see what mood I'm in tomorrow. No, that was 100% Dwarf Fortress music. I'm gonna use like a really light fuel tank, extra small. I want a longer one though. I want a long, skinny fuel tank. Like 2 of these. But I believe it has to be either methane or methalox. But I'll use 2 of these. Like that. Call them the same thing. Oops. No, you weren't supposed to take everything with you. Okay, I guess those wings are staying there. So what I'm trying to do is give me something to mount the wings onto. They gotta go. Okay, let's go this way. What? Okay, that's a good start. So, which piece was this? This was which piece? No, I have to do this all again. Okay. That's sad. Very, very sad. Where would be the aerodynamic cone thingies that go on top of these? There? Nose cone! I'm gonna put one on the back, too. Okay, or not. They don't go there. Is there a piece that goes there? What's that? Ooh, a chonker. Do you play Viking music on Dwarf Fortress? I love the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. Yeah, no, that happens here too, Vexing Raven. Like yesterday, the best example I have is we were flying the rocket and we had such happy, optimistic, "You're leaving the planet" music, and then everything went wrong. My rocket started blowing up, and then we just had the last piece, and the music turned like very dark. Okay, that's a huge medium piece. When you say medium, I kind of expect, you know, something that's not gigantic. I just need to get those to fit on there. I mean, close enough. We just gotta also fix the stripe. Or we could call that an artistic stripe. An artistic stripe that doesn't quite line up. So, right, yesterday when we were, I almost said playing Dwarf Fortress, when we were playing KSP, we had the issue where everything blew up, and then we had, you know, yes, the lawnmower rocket, and the music kind of went, not like dark or anything, but it went from being happy and optimistic to being very something. Artisanal striping. And then once the rocket made it back into the air, the music transitioned back into being like very triumphant sounding. It was a neat touch. What happened to the airplane? We changed it and also took the wings off. Not because I wanted to, but because the game is being silly. Is that an autosave sound that like bloop? When you go for a landing on the moon, the music ramps up like you're in danger. Danger zone. Danger zone incoming. So I wanted something to mount my... What happened to my wings? Wait, which one of these is which? What's this? What's that? Oh no, it's doing the thing again. Where I can't move anything. Ugh. Why you make my life so difficult, game? Who needs wings? Oh, really? No Man's Sky has a procedural soundtrack? Game, please. This is another bug. Oh, the music's back. Shut up, Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, okay, so which one's which? Was this supposed to be my tail wing? I think it must be. It's quite large and backwards. Large and backwards. Also, which way's the front on this one? Is straight forward the front? Okay, so the reason why I did that being putting in extra fuel tanks there, is not because I want extra fuel, but I just wanted something to mount these bits on. That was the wrong rotate. Rotate. Spooks! It runs on the screams of dead souls. What runs on it? Hello? Hi, Bold Viking, welcome in! Put some horns on that ship. I don't think we have that part. Welcome in. What were you up to today? Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you're all doing well. Happy Tuesday, Wednesday, whichever it is for you. Take your choice. I'm Jess, and we are playing Kerbal Space Program 2. This is the new one that just released into early access. And I'm currently building a plane. You're doing some Factorio. You're back on the Factorio grind. I have a reference picture that I'm looking at. Oh my gosh, I can't grab this arrow. Game, please! No, it's not that I can't grab it. That's the farthest it'll let me slide it. Okay. Try an aerodynamic under nose cones. There's a curved tip that might work. So this is now my 6th day ever playing KSP. I played KSP 1 for the first time last week, and yesterday that's huge. There's a curved tip that might work. Oh, this one. Nope, how was that small? That was the same one I just looked at. Extra small. I think this is what we had. It doesn't need to be aerodynamic if we have enough thrust. Right. An interesting tail solution. Bear with me. I'm trying to engineer something. Okay? Oh, for the horns! These? Those are huge, too. There you go. There you go, Bull Viking. It's got some horns now. Or cat ears. An uwu plane. Hi, demonic laxatives. It's going to wreck aerodynamics. Pfft. It'll be fine. Oops.
Wow.
You haven't seen me fly planes yet. Turns out that I'm a pro and I missed my calling. Like, I should just really quit streaming as a day job and go build planes. Chat, bribe me into playing this game and look what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go quit this job so I can go build planes. Okay, so give this back. Give this back. Give this back. Yeah, so anyways, like I was saying, this is my... backwards. This is my 2nd day playing Kerbal Space Program 2. And so we're using this opportunity like to really dive into the sandbox of the game because I'm new altogether to Kerbal. And in the other playthrough that I've got pending, don't mind my like my pausing, my poignant pauses here. In my other playthrough, we're playing science mode, and we don't have access to all this tech, so I'm kind of experimenting with having the full library of parts while we can. So these are actually supposed to be like pretty big, and they're actually supposed to be like wider. And it actually looks like the angle is more like this, which does not feel right to me. Okay, but these span from pretty much top to bottom. doesn't feel right. Hi, Rabbits Blinkety! You hear the Boeing? The Boeing could use some help. Is there another part that I can put there besides that nose cone? Like, what will... I don't really want to move it if I don't have to, though. What can go there? Not that. Not that. Kitty cat, stop being so cute. Oh my gosh, he's cute. He's being a cutie batootie. There's gotta be something in my toolkit. Maybe not. Under cargo holds, maybe. Nope. Anything we're looking for needs to be like extra small. A fairing? I don't know how fairings work. Oh! I don't know what I've done there, but I did something with it. But I can't pick it up. Oh, now I can. What? What's the eyeball do? I want to go the other way. Like this. No, I want it to go the other way. Skinny side facing the back. Yeah, there we go. So now I can pull it out that way. Why is it not closed? You don't want a backseat, and 100% feel free to ignore this, but you do feel design would work best with a V-tail. One of the tail fins at the 40-degree angle that would simply simplify control surface placement and look a bit less bulked up. It's 4 o'clock already? Ugh. A V-tail. One set of tail fins at the 40-degree angle. I don't know exactly what you were referring to. You almost freaked out that you missed class, but then you remembered it's a different time zone. It is my 4 o'clock. I lost track of time again. I do this a lot. The slightly offset from straight up for the twin tail. Like, these things? Make a peace sign. Yeah, but are we talking about these? Because I'm not done editing these yet. Hi, Belle! Hello, thanks for the raid! Belle, what did you get up to today? Were you playing No Man's Sky again? Were you playing No Man's Sky? They're talking about vertical stabilizers. Yes? Okay, we don't need these. I appreciate that raid, Belle. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. I'm Jess. Belle is on my stream team, House Game Frequency, and Belle plays a lot of similar stuff to me. Today, we're playing Kerbal Space Program. You're doing Wild Hearts. What is that? Can we not attach that way, please and thank you? Yeah, that way, except... I'm directionally challenged when it comes to this. Gosh. Directionally challenged. Okay. Let me take my picture again. Alright. Similar to Monster Hunter. Oh, okay. So Monster Hunter is a game that I haven't played either. Hopefully you liked it, though. I hope it was good fun. I've been having a great time with Kerbal. I didn't really expect it. Like, I've said this already. I really wanted to play Kerbal for the longest time, but I was scared of it, so... being able to finally jump into it, I've just really, really enjoyed it. Gibwing. There we go. So here's the thing, if you want to pull up both of these, so you have the positional control and be able to control the form factor of the wing, you cannot select... Sometimes it will let you pick a different part, but like in this case, I wasn't able to select the wing, so I had to close that to select the wing, and then pull it back up, and now I can do both at the same time. And I don't know why sometimes it will let you do it, and other times it won't. Like, very weird. Feels super fun, but has terrible performance currently. Just like Kerbal! Hi, Invisible Man! Majority of the fun is building the thing. I really like this. I mean, we all know that I like games where you can build stuff. I go kind of build crazy, and this is just letting me challenge my imagination in a different way. One thing about this plane is it doesn't have the same air intake. Ooh. No, it does not. Actually, I think we might have that piece. It has what looks like this. Except larger. And that's what we're currently using. Maybe this one? You like this boxy one? Yeah, I think the closest thing I have is the boxy one. Hi, Sight of Cliff Tree. Thank you. Good job to you. JSUG, do you mind doing the permission thing? Because it was being weird for me. People overlock. Oh, overlock. Overlock. Overclock. Overlap. Thank you, JSOG. That was the wrong button. That was also the wrong one. Well, now I don't know which way's the right way. So I have... well, I don't have snapping on. Let me pull it off and... face the front. So now it should be snapped to something. I need to pull it... I guess out. And then rotate it... take snapping off. That's the VTEL you're referring to? I see. Are you saying to do it with these? Or with these? Like the horizontal ones or the vertical ones? You've got to run. You kind of want to be in bed before midnight. You have 23.5 hours to do. Well, good luck. Thank you for the Wraith Bull Viking. And thanks for hanging out. Have a fantastic day tomorrow. My plane has horns. Yes. Yes, it does. You just have one pair. Yes, but which one are you referring to? The vertical ones or the horizontal ones? Also, is this what you mean by stacking them? Like overlapping them? I don't really like how that looks either. Let's go with the one. This looks okay. It looks okay. The problem I'm encountering is this right here, where this adapter tapers in and then it tapers back out. 'Cause as soon as I begin pulling this out even like a little bit, I thought I turned something off. Like in order to not have a hole there, look at how far in it has to go. That is not what I meant. However, that does work, actually. Hmm. It's not quite what I had in mind. I think that looks better-ish. Better-ish. And then... stuck. This would be really nice if we didn't have this piece right here. Which makes me want to try building it with only one engine. But I'd have to redo the whole plane for that. I can't believe I spent the whole day just making planes. Oops. Actually, you know, the downward tilt might not be bad. Okie dokie. Ooh. Want to increase the root length slightly. I think the wing angle points forward like that. I don't think I can adjust this anymore. It actually seems like it comes out into a triangle almost. I'm gonna go with this. You missed the part where we gave it horns. Hi, Foaming Jetty. We gave it horns because Bull Viking raided and then demanded that we put horns on the plane. So we did. We gave it horns. I don't know if they're gonna work. IDK. We will see. Okay, I'm super skeptical about these down here. I'm very, very skeptical about those. Also, like, I don't have the right piece for how I want to build this, but I'm gonna see if this will work. It's got just 2 gaping holes right there. I don't really know how to fix it besides just putting some nose cones on it. And I don't even know if the nose cones are gonna help. They're also not the right size. Nope. They might work. Okay, I think that looks better. I don't know if it's gonna help with aerodynamics, but it looks better. If there are symmetry or aerodynamic... If there are symmetry or aerodynamic problems, we can extend them into a dog collar, everyone wins. I don't know, it might be okay. How was my day, Invisible Man? My day was alright. I don't know, JSOG, I think this is okay. The only thing is, like, this wing is supposed to be hanging over, like, far over the engines. This is the one detail that I'm actually not... Whoa, that's weird. Undo! Doesn't like it, chat. It doesn't like it. What? They seem like they're stuck to something. What? Alright, the best I got as far as this overhanging? Well, oh, that was why I wanted to build, let me take that off. And you. Where did I get this? This was a fuel tank. It was a teeny tiny fuel tank. Nope, that is not teeny tiny! It was this. No. No, it wasn't. It was this. No, it wasn't. Which place was it? There you go. That's one too many. Now give me the pointy nose cone. Close. Okay, so now let's take that. Slap it on there. Perfect. Love it. I couldn't have asked for better. Rotate down, 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 down. And in. And down, and down, 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 down. I don't know if they should be up or horizontal or what. Like, I'm gonna just put them in line with the wings. Also fairly certain that they are tilted forward. Yeah, there we go. Let's actually have them, like, collide with the very corner of that nose cone. Collide. Let's collide. What's this devilish plane? Hi, Menumorov. It's my plane, of course. Okay, look, this really actually has these things hanging off. Oops. I don't know if it's a real plane. I might have picked a photoshopped one again. They kind of go like that. Are those cat ears? They're supposed to be horns, but they can also be cat ears. They can be whatever you want. Okay. Now, with those crazy funky changes, I need to bring this piece out, which would be not that. Tip angle. I don't know. I'm copying the picture. Scoot those back in. Okay. I think we have a plane. I am very, very skeptical as to whether or not this will actually fly. But it does look to be straight. Our front landing wheel is a little bit lower than the rest. Let's save it as zoom and see if it flies, especially with the horns. 2 crooked birthday party hats. Hi there. Ooh. Oh, you know what? Can we revert to the VAB? I forgot to do something. You know, like check the center of mass. ChatGPT scaring you? ChatGPT is scaring a lot of people. Diot. That name throws me off. So they can be, you know, crooked party hats, they can be cat ears, they can be horns, whatever you like. So I did forget to check this. Okay, I think we might be able to fix this by sliding this forward and then sliding these forward. Although I feel like the back of the plane is just gonna like flomp over like it already tried to. We said we wanted the wheels ahead of the center of mass or behind it. There's no way this works. Behind it, okay. I mean, I still feel like we're gonna have an issue with things falling. I also need to push this wing like way back. Now that I think about it, it's actually supposed to be like here, in relation to this. But it is also supposed to be really close to the cockpit, and I think this again is the issue with the adapter, because the adapter is giving us too much room between like the fuel tanks and the cockpit, which is what we encountered with the last plane I tried to build. I don't know why I keep picking planes that we can't build. But I'll compensate for that by making a longer wing. Also, we probably want this to be down just a bit. These. Whoops. Undo. Okay, let's go with that. Wheels ahead of the center of mass will make it fall backwards. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Makes sense. The landing gear should be level. They're mostly level. Mostly. Turn this off. Can't see. Are these even attached to the plane? To the wing? Arguably, yes. Turn snap off. I feel like we eyeballed that pretty well. I think it's good. Don't forget to combine stages. Good call. Let's do that. The blue line is center of lift has to be behind the mass, but the problem is that center of mass, center of thrust, and center of lift do not update unless you reload the craft. They do update, I thought. You want it to be just behind. Yeah, see, it updates. It doesn't update while you're moving things, but after you move it, it does make the incremental changes. Okay, let's go with that. Save again. Center of lift concerns you. I'm sure it's fine. If it goes up, it goes up. I forgot to fix all the wheels and stuff, though. Go away. We've flown already! Like... Is this the same plane? Did I already adjust this stuff? I did. Okay, never mind. We do need to set the wings, though. We don't need you to do pitch now. We need these to... Yes, yaw. I want the wings to do roll. Yeah, okay. And then these back ones should be pitch. Should have done that in the VAB, because it's not going to save. We need to fast forward a lot. Because it is the middle of the night. Yeehaw! Whoops! Okay, well now it's morning, and it's really bright, and it hurts my eyes. Can't wait to see it go. You want it to go? Yeah, my eyes. I know, my eyes too. Like, dark mode was nice, but... Why are my wheels in the ground? Whatever, let's not worry about it. Let's go. Hit play. It's nighttime again. It registered that I hit spacebar while paused. Oh gosh. Okay, Chad, we're going for it. Maybe we'll turn the thrust down a little. What broke? Like, I'm trusting that it's just gonna go up. Power sliding. A drifting takeoff. Okay, so for some reason, it's pulling really hard to the side. It's also, like... amazingly stable. Like, all my other planes, when drifting this hard, have become, like, they flipped over. This, I kind of wish it was daytime so we could see what was going on in better detail. Oh, wow. I lost the wheel. We lost the wheels. I think you're right about the fins being inverted. Okay. Yes, it failed. Can we revert to VAP? I built the best car. SAS can be a problem for planes in this. New land speed record. I actually don't think they're backwards. I don't know. I don't know how to tell if they're backwards or not. Everything else, the reason why I assume that these are correct is because, like, the purple stripe is on the front part. Like here, towards the front of the build. So that's why I assume these are correct. I'm not really sure what the deal with the whole drifting thing was. But let me try tweaking these. Yeah, that's probably way too something. Turn off the snap. Sorry, chat, I'm very lost in thought. I'm biting my nails. You know, it might be these. Now that I think about it, it could be our nose, our devil horns. It could be those. That would be very unfortunate. Probably should have tried removing the devil cones before. Wow, that was like a perfect eyeball. On these wheels. Load on the runway before takeoff. A smart pilot would check the flaps. Okay, to be fair, I hit spacebar and the game was paused, and then when I hit unpause, it then was like, oh yeah, by the way, while you were paused, you hit spacebar, let's go! I didn't expect it to actually register my input while paused. What's the two bumps behind the cockpit? Oh, those were just those were just horns or party hats or cat ears. Invisible Man, thanks for the wrist stretch. Yum, 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 yum. And oh, you know what we can do now is not that. These are responsible for yaw. Yaw. Yaw, man. You are just roll. You are just pitch. You know what? Let's invert them. Because now we have these pieces. We can just invert them, and it should then be correct. I'm getting tired of explaining the inverted pitch bug. But just trust me. No, I don't want to get rid of that one. I want to overwrite zoom. And so this might be better. Let's see what happens. New ears, please. No, well, I guess I should put them back on. Yaw N. Y'all's A through M were found insufficient. Okay, this time, don't hit the spacebar. The reason why I smashed the spacebar accidentally is because I'm trying to hit, like, play. Like, every game ever. Spacebar means pause. Did I fix these? I did, yeah. So... S should pitch us up now. And then... What's the deal with that? I guess that's just its attachment piece. That's really weird. Okay, anyway. Let's try again. Spacebar does seem pause because you have to pause and revert when you hit an accident. Wait, is this pitching me down? Yeah, this flies much better. Oh. Here, I'll block the sun for you. Okay, this plane is even more uppity than my last one. But I inverted the controls and W is pitching me up now. So, is the control surface correct on this one? And we don't need to invert it? Might help to put the wheels away. I don't know, just a thought. No! It's a very satisfying way to crash your plane, just saying. Move the COL close to the COM so it's more stable. The game decided to invert your inversion to maintain consistency. I don't know what's what anymore. I might have had the control surface upside down. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so S. Up. I just need to invert the inverted inversion. Precisely. Oops, okay. Let's try again. Feeling the thrust at the top of the loop until your nose is pointed somewhere less scary should make it easier to complete the loop. I wasn't really trying to do a loop, I just wanted to see if the plane would fly, and then it did, and then I just kept going up, and then... Just wait till it decided left is right. Or how about when it decides straight is left? One piece remains. It's dancing and floating! Alright. That's making me kind of sick. Please stop! It's a very spiffy looking plane. It is very spiffy looking, but it doesn't fly very well. The game is currently very confused about pitch controls. This is not pilot error. Is that confirmed somewhere else? I actually think these might have helped with flight control. I don't know, did I fly with those or not? High speed drift queen. I once again did not adjust my driving to the state of the road. Did I play the first version of this game in Newsletter? So I am playing the first version of the game. I do have a I do have a playthrough going, but we're doing science mode, so I don't have planes unlocked yet.
Kerbal Jess program.
Kerbal Jess program. Schmoops, utter nonsense. Thank you so much for 2 months. Thank you very, very much. Welcome back. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Thank you very much for the support. How's it going today? Whoa. My cat's doing a snore. It does look like an X-plane. Okay. Center of lift more inside center of mass, which involves me moving everything forward, and I'm not okay with it, but I'll try anyways. Okay. Let's give that a go. Let me fix the controls, uninvert the controls. And I don't think they're on upside down, although at this point, I don't know anymore. Like, I don't know which way's up and which way's down. The whole thing is very confusing. Schmoops, thank you so much for 2 months. Welcome back. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Thank you so much. Let's just see if we can get this sucker to fly. Someone on Steam has had the same bug on a staged space plane, and apparently it's inverting and reverting pitch every single time they stage. Oh, jeez. For example, if you're pushing pitch up, default S, the wings flap in the first stage. But the second stage, the wing does the opposite. No! That's very annoying. Okay, it's daytime. Tilted up means up, right? Tilted down means down? Up is up? Yes, up is up. Up is up. I remember you guys saying that yesterday. Up is up. Yeah, no, this is up. Holy moly! That thing just peeled off the ground. I almost thought that it was gonna like just flip over backwards behind itself. S is up, W is down. No, S is S. Oh wait, it is up this time. S is up. Yes, but by the way, pitch is bugged. I'll leave it at that. I forgot to put the wheels back. I need the wheels to just automatically put themselves back. Kerbals have great difficulties with understanding the directions, so the controls are actually designed to provide a more accurate simulation. Well, as the pilot of this plane, those controls being designed to be a more accurate simulation is helping me simulate this with accuracy, because by the end of the day, I don't know which way's up and which way's down. Look, I basically just tipped the plane up and I haven't changed anything. Like, this thing is going straight to space. It was like, alright, we're going up. Like, sure. Okay, but we ran out of air. I think we're running out of air. We stalled. Ooh, what's that? We are going to space. We are not in space yet. Actually, no, 70 kilometers is space. 70. You know, interestingly enough, it actually says we have air here. I wonder if I forgot to take the oxidizer. I totally forgot to take the oxidizer out of these. I forgot to take the oxidizer out. Are we going to space? Or, I mean, we're about to hit apoapsis. Do you think we can achieve orbit with this? We're not nearly high enough. Also, I can't engine right now. Yeah, it's not gonna work. We're gonna come back down eventually. I can't do anything really until we come back down because I can't make the engines go. We lost thrust because we ran out of air. Yeah, as soon as we get enough air, it's just gonna fire back to life. If we went up at a shallower angle and had a secondary engine that works without air, we could definitely orbit. I think I just saw the engine sputter. Get out and blow. Yeah, just get out and push. There's an engine that can switch modes to use oxidizer. I actually do have oxidizing. Oh no, I don't have engines that can use oxidizer. I don't think. No. I do have fuel here. I forgot to remove the oxidizer from my fuel tanks. So we're carrying extra weight. We're going back down. Down to Kerbal and Ocean Town. Aha, the engines roar to life. Where are we going? Where are we going and why? I'll turn off SAS. This thing is really fond of like pitching downwards. Oh no, wait a second. I just killed the engines. That was an accident. I'm trying to... I think I did it, actually. Nope. There. Now we should maintain this. With the occasional need to, I wonder how far we could get. You know, we're just flying. We're just flying at, like, the speed of, you know, space disintegration. No, Pandorific. I'm fairly certain I do actually have oxidizer. We can make it over there. Why do the clouds look horrible? Like, why do my graphics look terrible? I'm very confused. Oops. If we press F12 and get flight info like Mach and thrust power. Early access. Maybe the clouds just have a 12 pixel texture. I don't
Just
think
go
so.
VRRRRRM, just yay.
I am going VRRRRM. Just yay. I am, Alistair. Thank you so much for 32 months. Welcome back. How you doing today, Alistair? Hello, hello. Thank you very much. Volumetric clouds are probably downsampling to help frame rate. I'm actually not sure where we're trying to go. At this point, we're just going. So, my settings right now. V-Sync's off. I haven't noticed any screen tearing. We have everything set to medium high. Okay, here we go. Clouds are on medium high as well. We could go to the poles and see snow. I mean, we are like right along the horizon. The poles. Heck yeah, let's do it. I see, okay. I don't know if we have enough fuel for it or not, but I'm down to go. I think I turned the right way. Yeah, I don't really know how to read the nav ball still. I've even watched videos on how to read the nav ball. The nav ball just doesn't make sense. Like, I get that I'm still on the horizon line. Maybe we'll kill the fuel a little bit. We're pretty high up. Alright, the thrusters. Bob is fine. Did they fix the wobble bug now? Hi OCG Impact. I don't know. We've just been experiencing a lot of bugs. It might just be that we're, like, in exactly the right position. Navball in this case is your position relative to the ground. Yeah, we are right between... We're right on the horizon, basically. But I don't find it very helpful. It is flying nicely. That's because I made the best jet. As we've gone over multiple times today, it turns out that I am just a pro engineer. Now on the horizon, we're pointing up and about to run out of air. So what I mean by horizon is, like, blue is up, brown is down. If you are along the line of the between the two, from my understanding, that means you're, like, level, you're parallel with the planet's surface. So, like, you can see I have a slight tilt of my plane, and so there are my wings, like, with a slight tilt. So I'm flying parallel to the planet. And so that's what I mean about horizon. I don't think we're gonna make it to the poles, just saying. If we're tilted, we'll still descend slightly. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of just going all over the place, you know? I'm just letting it do its thing. That was the first time I've directed it in a while. Which button is up? Okay, it is W, right? No, it is S right now. Right now, up is S. Nope, oops. Today I learned about this. If you Alt and then press buttons on the keyboard, it will like very slightly do things rather than those drastics like but it holds on to the settings. So like I told it to tilt upwards. And then I told it to equal or like to level out, and now it's like overcompensating. And I just need you to stop going that way and go this way instead. Okay. I'd rather go up into at a higher altitude because if I understand correctly, isn't that like a lesser or less distance? Which is why planes fly so high? Like passenger planes? Yeah, SAS is also off. It might be helpful to turn it on, I don't know. If it keeps this plane level, that would be great. Can we just... No. Sorry, I don't actually want you to go up. Just prograde. Okay, we're rolling. It's for air resistance and fuel efficiency. That spooked me. It's more distance up higher. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that does make sense. Because you're making a circle bigger, therefore the circumference would be larger, but... the fuel efficiency makes sense. Okay, SAS, go away. You're making it worse. Don't know why this thing is insisting on tilting like that. Oh, did I fix it? I think I might have fixed it. It was totally the Alt button. Now we're going up. Make up your mind, airplane. Your guess is that the mass center slightly off. I don't think so. I was using so JSOC said if you hold Alt and like tap directions, like it will make minute adjustments. And it seems like if you press it multiple times, like Alt E, it will just like make that adjustment, and then like, you'll just keep going and going and going. So I think that I had it set to tilt at a very slow rate. I see the air thing under altitude. The air thing under altitude. Three sheets of blue. The middle blue is the most efficient, as there's not much drag, but enough air to run the engine, with the highest blue being where the engine cuts off. So like, okay, yeah, we can aim for that. I'm also fairly certain that I now have the engine set to go up, or not the engine. The plane. Very, very gentle. Very gentle. I haven't quite figured this thing out yet. Okay. Here we go. Now I'm overcompensating. I'm not 100% on this. Did I get it? Yes. I think we want one more tap of Q. And we might be horizontal. Maybe not. Hi there, Cotter. Yeah, the interface does look much nicer than KSP1. I will say that's like one thing that this game has over the other, is the interface is so much sleeker. I'm trying to find the spot where it will sort of level out. I don't know if it's possible to level out my altitude. It actually seems like we've kind of hit that spot, because we're bouncing between 8,400 and then going up, and then going down, and then going up. Now we're going up again. I don't know. Where's the autopilot? Well, I guess it's SAS. You can imagine all the people burning up planes trying to get back into space on re-entry. So, from what I've heard, it's not really much of a concern, because there's no atmospheric heat simulation. To level the altitude, we need to have the speed vector precisely on the horizon. Might be helpful to press the right buttons, huh? Ooh, mountains! They're very pretty. Okay, I'm strictly just looking at the nav ball. Wrong way. Whoops. That's what happens when you let go of Alt. The only problem that I have with Alt is, like, I can't figure out how to just make it stop moving. Like, after you input the directions, or, like, you know, the controls, it continues to hold on to that. Oh, did we do it? We're like right on the line. But I don't think it's gonna work. I think we're gonna keep drifting somewhere. Right shift X resets trim. Snow! We made it to the snow! We made it to the snow. Snow! Look at the altitude. Okay, it's staying level-ish. Look at it. We were declining, but like it's very minimal.
Wow.
Okay, well, yeah. Wow! Snow. I hope you brought your sunglasses, Bob. And your sunscreen. Yeah, the fuel's low. I know we have to land, and then I guess recall the vessel. We did make it to snow! Okay, now we're going back up. I wonder if we can land in the snow. Bob's going skiing. Bob, I hope you brought your sunscreen. Because snow, if you didn't know, chat, reflects the sun's rays. And so you get hit by the sun's rays and then some because of the UV and reflecting off the snow back up onto you. So it's double even. Doubly double. What happens if I hit SAS? I think it made everything worse. F5, good idea. This is not where I want to land, to be fair. Whoops. Hi there, Blind! Thank you so much for 23 months. Nearly 2 years. Welcome back. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Not for long when Bob gets his tongue on it. There's a lot. I don't know that Bob can lick all this. So we're like, this is a very mountainous area. It looks like there's flat stuff over here. I can't tell if it's flat or if it just hasn't loaded in yet. I'm uncertain. Just land on a mountain, it'll be fine. Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, SAS makes everything worse. Doubly double. Yeah, doubly double. Coin it. No, I coined it. Wow, loot alert, Alistair. Nope, I'm pretty sure it just hasn't loaded the texture in yet. That all looks very mountainous now. Eject Bob. No, I want to see if we can land. I'm feeling fairly confident about this. EVA is disabled due to an obstacle. I thought that I left enough room for the door to open. Okay, well, Bob can't be ejected. Somebody forgot to double check that the safety features were installed correctly. Hey there, Just Blunders. Welcome in. Actually, I think this is pretty smooth. have no idea what to expect. Like, this is my first time seeing snow. This is my first time trying to land, like, just randomly out in the world. I think we can do it. Bob's going down with the ship. Good luck, Bob. Don't run into a tree or something. I got a bad feeling about this. Dang it. I should have quick saved. Okay. Yeah. Let's try again. Okay. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Yeah, Bob's going down with this ship. Reminds me of a song like, and Bob won't put his hands up and surrender. Rocks don't exist, we're fine. The problem with... What just flew off the plane? Was it just like an air ball? Not a fireball, but an air ball. What is going on here? Okay, so it looks like we actually went from a very mountainous area to... Okay, it's SAS. Whoa! Chat, my plane's being really weird. I lost a stabilizer. Well, it was there before. Okay, let's try loading again. Autosave 3 at 5:17? That's now. Also, is encoded overloading again? Encoding overloaded. It's the game. I think we want this one. It happened when I crashed. So this happened earlier when I crashed into the water, remember? And then we started having issues with frame rates. Or not so much frame rates, but yeah, okay, so no, it definitely just tore off my stuff. Maybe we want quick save number 4. It does cause FPS issues for streams, but the only issues I've had with getting an encoding overloaded error, I mean, was when we crashed into water. And then from there on out, like, everything was causing encoding issues. Hey, it still did it. Maybe I just need to have the button, like, selected and holding it. Yeah, I'm using the MVEC encoder. I hope I'm pressing the right button. I'm pressing W. No, we want S. What? Why is it just ripping apart off my plane like that? You wonder if the particles are overloading the card in some way. Well, the really weird thing is that after that happens... You're guessing wrong forces, calculations on load. I mean, it's doing something. I'm not even, like, in focus of the plane. Like, hello, I'm over here. Okay. Ship isn't loading at the same time and is causing problems. Yeah, that stinks. You missed a lot in this meeting, so we've just come to the conclusion that the ship is not loading correctly. And so it's tearing the ship apart upon load. Anyways, that's what Alistair and JSOG say, and I believe them. gonna fast forward time a little bit. Alright. So, notice the encoding issue has stopped. I just want to test it and see if the encoding issue begins again. Now that we reset. I know it's 5:30. I know. Whoops, wrong buttons. Nope, this is the right button. How come this plane doesn't wobble all crazy like the last one did? Is it really because I got rid of the horns? And no encoding issues. It's only when we loaded that plane, specifically from that save file. No, I don't think we're landing this. You know, just keep going. I don't want to put the wheels away. I know, J-Slock trying to take me away from you. Doop, 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 doop. Test successful. It seems it's... Good point. Good point. You know what? We had encoding issues earlier. Not when we crashed into the water, but when I loaded the vessel prior to crashing into the water. Like, after we crashed and it blew up and I loaded the autosave. That's when we had encoding issues. Also, chat, you want to see something really fun? So basically what I learned from that is don't load your autosaves. It's all or nothing. There's no such thing as autosave. It's your job to remind you that... Well, I'm not a human, I'm a bot. I am a robot. Welcome back, George. Yeah, reverts to saves are broken. Mm-hmm. That's the two encoding overloaded issues I've had. Are from loading autosave. So we need to go towards 85, like 120 maybe? I'm hoping this is the right angle to not blow up. Nice. I know I lost my engines! Ah. Heck. You live here now, Bob. Sorry. I lost the engines. I don't have a save. To test my theory. How important are the engines? Well, if we want the submarine to be a proper submarine, we probably want the engines. Thank you everyone for the follows. Welcome, welcome. Don't load your autosaves. Don't meet your heroes. Hey, my plane isn't moving! Have I tried launching from the dock? Oh, my plan this time was to pretty much just hit go. And maybe reduce the thrust, so I don't blow up. Engines make fighter go burr underwater. Yes. It's a very long runway, but we'll get there eventually because plane's going straight. Just kidding, plane is slightly going to the left. Nope, it's going this way. Okay, hold on, we can fix it. Meow! Yeah, the plane drifts because it wants to fly. It wants to fly, Demon Shinda. Okay, this time let's try coming in... Oh yeah, put the wheels back. Did I have the wheels out last time? I probably did. That doesn't help. Okay. I'm not sure how we can land in the water and not lose the engines. I'm just gonna try and maintain my altitude until we lose a lot of speed. Actually, the plane is going up. I don't know how this is happening right now. Slipstreaming? Is this a thing? I've just sort of... I'm losing speed but going up. Okay, just kidding. No longer happening. But... I want to lose as much velocity as possible. I prefer pie. Thank you. I'm very proud of this jet. This one's nice. This one works well. How are you today? We just need some like little landing gizmos on the bottom for water. Oh my gosh! No! Oh, nice. Okay. So which way do we need to go? We need to go this way a little bit. Now, check out this madness. Underwater submarine! We're in the water now. I think we want to go... I think it was 180? You probably also want to tilt upwards. And, oh gosh, we're spinning in a circle. Submarine activate. What's over there? What's that? What's that? What's that right there? Do you see that? Where's the plane? There's the plane. Okay, we're just gonna give it a little bit of power. I actually wish I could turn one on and not the other. Actually, you. That way we can stop this turn. Okay, no, we're still turning. I don't know which one I just turned back on. You have no air. Well, it was working earlier. Well, you know, we live here now. We live here now. You are back and you have a Slurpee. I think we need to be in shallow water. Yeah, we sunk too low. In fact, I can't even get out from underneath the water. Like we're down here. I'm not sure where we are, but we're lost. Let's try again. What do I say in my weekly updates? Are the Patreon thing. So those are kind of just like whatever is on my mind when I record them. They're usually between like 6. I think the longest one I've done is like 15 minutes because I was like super rambly. But like 6 to 15 minutes. Usually it's like just behind the scenes updates. Sometimes it's like actually behind the scenes stuff. It might just be more personal about like things that are happening for me IRL, etc., etc. We were only a few tens of meters under last time. Yeah, let's try not to go so deep this time. And with this is probably gonna be... Oh, let's turn off SAS too. My last test flight. I keep thinking that plane is just going to flip right over and like knock the engines into the runway. Yes, by the way, landing gizmos, technical term, Buzzcat. You know it. It's pretty fun actually. Like I like doing them. I usually do them on like Sunday nights. I try to do them on Fridays, but like Sundays just end up working better for some reason. I don't know. You only slept 4 hours last night because you kept saying, "This is my last test flight." Hey, Leirup, go. Welcome in. This is probably really gonna be my last flight. I'm an hour and a half late again. At least I took a break today, right? Like, I took a break today, so there's that benefit. Oops. Let's point ourselves towards the island. There's absolutely something over there. This plane is silly. The music is also way too loud. Like, I've turned it up to compensate for the VAP music being super quiet, but then the launch music is like dum da ba dum. Hope you don't want your ears dum da dum. This island is also where we got the submarine working for the first time. I think what needs to happen is that we need to land like as straight as possible and like have no weird angles and stuff. Nice! Activate thrusters! Yeah, no. Are we going down or are we going up? We're definitely going down. Full speed ahead! Okay, we're starting to spin again. We're just gonna burst out of the water? Whoa. Something went clunk. Did you hear that? Oh, there's the surface! I'm having a really hard time controlling this. Maybe SAS would actually help. Let's let SAS point us up. We're low on air. I think we are falling below the shallow waters. SAS does not appear to be helping that much. I think I was doing better on my own. I really think I was doing better on my own trying to get this to go up. Ah! This is real finicky. Yeah, okay. I am pointing the right way. Where'd we go? Spinny, spinny, spinny. All the weird directions. Does the water actually have its own currents and things? Because something is like whipping this ship around. We're going up though because... Okay. Scratch that. Oh no, we're definitely going up. I'm just full speed ahead boosting to see if we can get out of the water. We're underwater. Yeah, I'm currently trying to... I invented a submarine. A shallow water submarine. Actually, if you use an oxidizer engine... Oh, there's the surface right there. If you used an engine with an oxidizer, this would probably be pretty fun. There it is! Mount plane. Oh, yeah. This is the most leveled out we've been. Possible to get out of the water? I don't know. We have a lot of fuel to try. Meanwhile, the Kerbal inside the ship. I don't know, Bob seems like he's having fun. I don't know, his face is like kind of neutral, if anything. I'm really not sure how to get the ship to point up. I mean, it's pointing up. Ish. If left alone, like, it's doing its thing. Maybe we should reduce the thrust slightly. It might make these gyrations? I think that's a word, less violent. Oh, the surface! We're back! You're underwater. What it usually considers zero on the axis is probably causing confusion. But I did turn off SAS. Whoa. We're up! Holy moly. We're down! Whoa, no, 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 no. Yeah, go up. Nah! Oh, cool. Submarine mode was activated momentarily. I feel like there's gotta be currents down here. We did a flip like a dolphin. We just dolphined. Yeah! And there's definitely waves. You never knew dolphins swam in such a convoluted way. Yeah, I actually think that there might be some sort of current that's pushing the ship. Air intakes make water do very weird things. That's probably part of the problem. I'm seeing if I can get us out. We almost were out. Almost. This is weirdly fun. This is like a... Trying to get it to stop turning. Stop! Stop! Oof. I wonder if I were to turn the gimbal off on my engines, if that might help. That way when I give directions, like, only the fins are what's steering the ship. Anyone watching the UAP news? No? We are getting too low as well and running out of air. We need to go up. Getting over it, KSP version. Notice that the ship, I think, feels a bit more controlled now that I've turned the gimbals off. I could be imagining things. Oh, UFOs, but not aliens. Well, I mean, UFO actually means unidentified flying object. Typically associated with aliens and whatnot, but UFO is like a valid term for also terrestrial things. We're still going down. I don't know. I don't know that we can get out of the water. We got out for a second. Oh, wait! Wait. No, we're way closer than I thought. Check this out. Check. Look, chat. Look. I don't know how to steer this. Oh no, I broke it. At the rate I'm going, I don't think I'm going to end up doing more work later. I'm probably just going to watch Death Note. Okay, I thought we were free of the water. I don't think so anymore. Maybe it'd be helpful to go from this direction. Like, above the water. We're surprisingly close to the surface. And nowhere near that island. Oh, no way. Ah, I should have just let it do its thing. It's so uncontrollable. I must free myself from my watery prison. They refuse to give in. It's not helping that I don't remember which way's up and which way's down anymore. Yes! Up! 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 Floating plane! Don't know how to make it stop flipping. It's kind of just doing its own thing right now, and I feel like it's about to pull an escape launch, an escape maneuver. I'm feeling very confident that I should just let it autopilot itself. Uh-oh. You're going the wrong way. I still haven't touched the controls. I just got this thing on 100% thrust. Come on! I'm truly unsure if, like, we can get the plane out of the water. Because whatever is interfering with the motion of the plane... We need to leave the water like, slightly above the waterline, and I can't control it because every time I try, something whips the plane around. Dolphin. Holy moly. Oh, we're going somewhere now. Plane has achieved stability. I'm only pressing up. Until we get to the surface, and then it flips us around. I actually think there might be waves. Like wave physics. This also uses very little fuel. Good quality construction, I know. Like, if only we all built planes this well constructed. This is Kerbal quality right here. It's not actually moving, it's being moved. Yeah. Yeah, every time we get out of the water, we fall back. Like, if we can... I wonder if we can build a submarine. Like, actually something that can be propelled underwater controllably. Because this is built for aerodynamics, but what about water dynamics? What's the plane's TWR? I don't know. I feel like TWR doesn't exist. Okay, I don't think we're getting out of here. I might be willing to admit defeat. Hydrodynamics. We're just gonna revert to the VAB. Next up, submarine.